Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor, can hear you.
Okay, so let's start. So we'll continue on with the people working on Tunisia and Ibrahim Fatouh is not here. Okay. Yasmin Sayed, Abdel Alim. Shams Rahman Shafiq. Okay.
Doctor, can you wait for maybe 5 minutes because there are some people who are trying to connect to the meeting?
Oh, okay. I just want to save some time. Hey guys, again, Ibrahim Fatouh, Yasmin Musalhi, Shams Rahman.
Shafiq Rahman, doctor.
Shafiq, Okay, we will start with you.
Okay, doctor. I have to start my video also, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, Doctor, and all my colleagues. I want to start my project from democracy and how it arose in Arabic countries, especially Tunisia. It has many questions, but two main questions was how such revolution have been started. Did the masses want a democratic government, or did the national leaders select democracy? I think it's necessary to have a brief view on Arab Spring and Tunisia revolution. As we know, Arab Spring is called for revolution, uprising, and protests in Southwestern Asia and north of the Africa that happened between 2010 and 2011. That the protests on Tunisia started firstly in 18 December 2010, and the Tunisia government ended in 14 January of 2011, and with the escape of Ibn Ali, president of Tunisia, to Saudi Arabia. And the first election of Constitution Assembly was in the October, 23 of October, with the membership of 270 members that Ennahda moderate Islamic Party won the 37 vote succeed and bring 42 women in this assembly. We can say in democratization of a country, many phases are important that Rusto emphasized on them. The first one is background condition. The second one is preparative phases, and the third one is decision phase, meaning the choice of political elites. And the fourth one is habituation phase that I didn't understand well, the fourth one. The first one, national unity, faced many issues before revolution in the time of Ben Ali's government, but religion and intellectual conflicts decreased between Islamists and secularists after and during the revolution. That when the Ennahda party won many membership of the Constitution Assembly, Rashid Ghannouchi, as I think the leader of this party, announced to other parties we have to do a coalition, and it was like a cross party partnership to prepare for a new government, and it show unity of nation in aspect of political. And in the social and cultural dimension, the revolution itself represents the unity of national unity. And the committee of 18 October, which was a collection of political activists, civil activists, and journalists, and all of them was also showed the national unity to United Nations, and especially West governments that Tunisia want a democratic government. As Rusto said, national unity means the citizen with the majority agreement should not have a doubt about the democratic future, and belonging of citizens to every political party should not prevent democratization of a government. So it's very, very well visible in the revolution and after revolution of Tunisia. The second one is political struggle. Political struggle was more strict during the Ben Ali's government, but during the revolution and after that, a new group of moderate Islamists and some extremist and radical Islamic groups were formed. The majority of them surprisingly won the Sharia law, and it increased the political struggle. And some of religion, some of you by using religion, and some of them by separating religion and politics, entered in this political struggle. But Ennahda, the moderate Islamic, won this. But many parties were in this political struggle, like pan-Islamic parties, like Hizb ut-Tahrir, like many Islamic radical and moderate parties. But mostly, as I think, this political struggle were between the political parties, not between the citizens. When the revolution started, as Rusto said, for motivating of a revolution, the leaders, the parties will join to citizens to motivate them. So it increased the movement of revolution by motivating them and political struggle. The third one is decision phase. That is very important and the answer of the case. Tunisia had only one decision maker during Ben Ali's rule. The ignoring of the sovereignty of the people and the legitimacy of government that exercised with the people. But who decided this democratization, mobilized masses or political elites? As I saw everything, there was no way to go to democracy unless the revolution took place. The mobilization of the masses, the anti-government citizens, the widespread corruption caused the revolution, and it opened the way to new regime that gave the rights for citizens. According Rusto, the decision to move the democratic system is limited to the interaction of individuals, not at all. Only the leaders, only the elites can negotiate and choose a new regime, not all the citizens who did the revolution or who want. But when the leaders and the elites negotiate about the new regime, they knew that the citizens all want a democratic government, so they chose they chose the democratization because it was ideal regime to all the citizens, because Abraham Lincoln said the democracy is from the people, by the people, for the people. So there was no way to accept democratization for elites people accept this regime, accept the democratization. That yes.
So you have a few seconds to conclude because I have two questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
At the end, I want to tell the democracy choices with both roles, the political elites and the mass mobilization. Yes, the political elites choose that, but the rule we can't deny the rule of mass mobilization and the citizens who did the revolution in Tunisia.
Okay. Two questions. You mentioned that there was kind of a struggle between elites over Sharia law, right?
Yeah.
But this was like confined to elite level, not the mass level, right?
Yeah.
This is what you meant?
Yeah. Because as I studied, some of the Islamic parties want a caliphate. The Sharia law. They want 100% this, but there was moderate.
You talked about this is like a general statement, or it's kind of application to Tunisia.
In general, they want like a pan-Islamic,
But what happened? Yeah, we are talking about Tunisia. So what happened in Tunisia?
But as I studied, for sure, the moderate party won the Constitution Assembly, 37%, and they made a coalition between parties, secularist parties, left parties, and every parties to there will be for sure a majority of Islamic citizens, but we need to agree in this that secularists and also the others have rights in here, and democracy means pluralism, and we will inshallah.
So this is what happened in Tunisia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned also like one player was in charge of making decision there in Tunisia. What did you mean by one player?
No. As Rousseau said, not all the citizens can choose a new regime type. Only the elites can choose the new regime type.
Yeah, but there are like several players, and they reached kind of consensus, and they built this kind of pluralistic cross-partisan alliance. This is what you meant, right?
After that, as we saw the 2014 presidential election and assembly also, there was a lot of conflicts and others. But as Rashid Ghannouchi suggested was that we need to a coalition of parties to find a new regime that all citizens accept this, and it was democracy.
Okay, thanks Shafiq. Thank you. مروة حسام الدين ناصر الدين الفولي.
Yes, doctor?
Yeah, go ahead, Marwa.
Okay. Good afternoon. Today I'm going to present the democratic transition in Tunisia. And before getting into details, I shall begin with an overview of what Tunisia was like under the rule of Ben Ali. There is no doubt that the Tunisians suffered a lot during his reign. He took some steps in order to legitimize his authoritarian rule. Also, this authoritarian regime caused severe deterioration in the regime, in the system. And one second. And mainly on the economic level, as while the Tunisians suffered from unemployment, he began to mobilize, to monopolize the country's riches and the high-ranking jobs among his entourage and family. Also, there was corruption to an extent that the regime was no longer in the hands of the political parties, but it was in the hands of the families of Ben Ali. So, the press freedom was very limited, and nevertheless, Tunisia had a great access to the social networking sites, which helped in the mass mobilization. All these events were not only the effect of the authoritarian regime, but also the cause of the revolution. And this was culminated by the incident of Mohamed Bouazizi, who set himself on fire as an act of desperation and indignation towards the ruling regime. So, this incident highlighted the necessity of the citizens to revolt against the regime. And so in order to understand what happened in Tunisia, we must start with what the democratization theory means. The democratization theory tackles the process through which a ruling regime turns into a democratic one. And this theory comes with it some concepts or act as components for it, which are the political elites. They are the people who occupy the high-ranking jobs and participate in the decision-making process. Also, the mass mobilization, which are the masses that the civilians which are the mass assembly through which civilians express their demands, and also the pacts, which is a formal agreement. O'Donnell and Schmider focused and emphasized on the importance of the pacts in order to reach the democratic regime. So Rostow provided us with this, the route or the general steps or phases for the democratization theory, which was the background condition, and the second was the preparatory phase, the third was decision phase, and the fourth, the habituation phase. So back to Tunisian case or the Tunisians. Ben Ali fled to Saudi Arabia, and starting from 15th January, the democratic transition started. And on October 2011, the first democratic and free and transparent election started, which was what the Tunisians have aspired for. Now, our main question is, how did the Tunisians reach democracy? So in order to answer this question, we must emphasize and highlight and pinpoint the roles of two, the mass mobilizations and the elite choices. It's known that for the mass mobilization, we can say that the mass mobilizations was the real reason behind the collapse of the regime, as it's known for a movement to take place or to overthrow a regime. The large masses of citizens shall outspread in the territory and for significant time. So that's what the Tunisians did. There was diversity in the participation in the mass mobilization that outpaced the capacity of the authoritarian regime to suppress it. So we can say that the mass mobilizations paved the way for the elites, and then the elites continued what they started. To specify the role of the elites, I will talk mainly about Al-Nahda party, which was the hegemonic party at that time. So the Nahda party had a main principle or main goal, which was the party pluralism or the cross-party coalition. And this principle was about embracing the partnership with other parties of different ideological and political background. So this coalition was between secularists and Islamists. It included three parties, which were the CPR, Al-Nahda, and Al-Takatul. And the way of a coalition between three parties made the Troika government, a kind of Troika government. So, one second. So the democratic transition is considered successful or effective when it involves forming the coalition between the oppositions. And that's what Ghannouchi, the leader of the Nahda, aspired for or opted for. So with all these events happening, or the coalition and the role of the mass mobilization, we can say that the democratic transition was mainly by the mass mobilization and then continued by the elite choices in order to reach such regime. After analyzing the democratization theory, we can say that it's a suitable tool for expressing the Tunisian case, and finally, in order to make sure whether the democratic transition was effective or not, we can check the Freedom House Index. At 2010, the Tunisia scored in the civil liberties a rating of 5. The ratings were between 1 and 7, where 7 is the least free. And also in the political rights, it scored 7, which was the least. While in 2014, after the democratic transition, they scored in the political rights 3 and in civil liberties 3. Thank you.
Marwa, can you provide us with more examples on the choices made by political elites in Tunisia, apart from this kind of cross-ideological coalition?
Okay, they have also supporting for the gender equality.
Okay.
Which helped in the transition as well. Also.
And why you highlighted the role of the Nahda? I mean, I understand, but I need like why you relegated, the other parties, the coalition partners.
Because they were the hegemonic party at that time.
Okay.
Right?
But some other choices, some other choices actually were initiated by other players, and the Nahda agreed, to take part in or to abide by these choices. Can you give me examples or elaborate more on this?
Example on parties or choices?
Yeah, choices from other partners in the same coalition, the Troika.
I can't remember any, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Maro. Okay, thank you so much. Manar Muhammad Ali. Manar? Okay, رضوى محمد سعد الدين.
أيوة يا دكتور محمود.
رضوى؟
أيوة روضة.
روضة, sorry. Okay, روضة, you can start.
Okay, wait a minute.
Karen, are you presenting today?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, yeah. After Alia, and then we will end with you. Are you working on Tunisia as well?
Yeah, أنا on Lebanon.
On Lebanon? Okay, yeah. So I'll have your name with people working on Lebanon. Okay, روضة.
دكتور هو أنا فاتحة الكاميرا بس مش عارفة ليه.
It's a black screen.
مش عارفة بس يعني ثانية.
Okay, can we take Alia and tell you?
طيب okay. ثانية.
Alia is here. Ali Muhammad. Okay, Manar, you have a problem with the voice. We actually cannot hear you. Can you disconnect and try to join us again? I'm talking to Manar. Rauda, it's okay. You can start your presentation if the camera is not working. Rauda.
دكتور تقريبا روضة بتعمل ريجوين.
Okay. Manar as well. Okay. Manar?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Rauda. Yeah, I can hear you, Manar, but let's take Rauda and then you, Manar, okay?
Okay, تمام. Okay.
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 Yeah, you start.
Okay. I start with how revolution in Tunisia started. Jasmine Revolution, popular uprising in Tunisia that protests against corruption, poverty, and political repression, and forced Zain al-Abidin Ben Ali to step down in January 2011. The success of the uprising, which came to be known in the media as the Jasmine Revolution, inspired a wave of similar protests throughout the Middle East and North Africa. So unrest began after Muhammad Bouazizi, an unemployed 26-year-old, protest government corruption by setting fire to himself outside a municipal office in the town of Sidi Bouzid in central Tunisia on December 17. Bouazizi, who had been supporting his family by selling fruit from a car, was enraged when local officials repeatedly demanded bribes and confiscated his merchandise. So his blanket, which came to symbolize to and economic hardship affecting many Tunisians under the Ben Ali regime, inspired the streets protests throughout the country against high unemployment and poverty.
So this is like the background condition, like how mobilization happened against the backdrop of like these socioeconomic, severe socioeconomic circumstances, right?
Okay.
So let's get to the core. What kind of elite choices and what's the role of the mass together? Like how juxtaposition of mass mobilization and elite choices helped to pave the way.
Okay, then I'm going to apply Resso's model. And the role of mass mobilization and elite choice for 4 phases they came through. The first phase of the theory is background condition that Tunisian people have sense of loyalty and unity, and they were united together to make Tunisian revolution. The second phase, which is preparatory phase, that there was a conflict between Tunisi people and the Islamic Party, which is Nahda, and Tunisians protest against the Islamic government. Okay, the third phase, which is decision phase, after the protest against the Nahda Party, the party resigned in favor of technocratic government that would carry the country into the new elections, and by the conflict was resolved.
Why did they resign? Why did they accept it to step down?
Why did they? Sorry.
What happened to push them to make this decision?
Nahda Party?
The Troika government.
I don't get it.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, and by the conflict was resolved in order to pave the way to democracy to achieve its goals. And the last phase is habituation. As people went to elections to elect their new president, and then democracy became a fact of life, and Tunisian people could achieve the democracy.
How?
How? After revolution, they unite together to achieve the democracy.
Okay, so what are the manifestation of like how these democratic rules became kind of part and parcel of everyday life or political landscape there? You made this statement and you need to clarify this. Okay, so let me ask another question. Can you just give me like briefly, like bullet points, what are the choices political elites made in Tunisia that helped, you know, with the installation of democracy there? Like briefly, in points.
يعني أنا ما حضرتهاش في points يعني.
You mentioned some in your presentations. Just recap. Like summarize.
I can't remember.
Okay, no. Okay, thanks. Manar Muhammad Ali Ahmed. Thanks.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, you start.
Okay, but my camera didn't work. I didn't know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I start my assignment with when we think of democracies, we find that they often arise from a long and useless politics conflict, as Adonel and Shemter said. The reason for this corrupt systems was that who control the countries is one party or one group or one person like Ben Ali. As James Center or Academy explained, the long disputes between the secular parties and the Islamic parties in Tunisia took a lot of time and efforts and the several revolutions. We also find similarities between what we mentioned and what Michelle Maxwell said about the transformation in urban, and that it's similar to what happened in Tunisia, where the force of dialogue and seminars had a positive effects, as happened in 18 October committee. We also find that the political parties in Tunisia succeeded in formating a lot of meetings between the new and old forces and the political parties, were an link between النهضة, التكتل party and المؤتمر party for the sake of the republic, as result of our conviction that Tunisia must be governed by consensus, which is consistent with James' argument about following the spreading path in Central America.
Spreading what?
Spreading path in Central America, which James Mihani is argument that it's the idol of transformation regimes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tunisia suffered from a mixed religions beliefs with power and political issue. So the terrorism that was inserted under the umbrella of religion offends the Islamic faiths, and many of the wrong ideas offend Islam from the other violators. We find that one of the most important steps taken on the road democratic transformation is the principle of separation of power and the balance between them, and the principle of civil democracies, and as well as protecting women's rights and increasing their participation in political life, and the government protect of economic and social rights, such as free education and free health care. Finally, we would like to add that the army didn't interfere in any of these discussions and prefer to stay away, يعني focus on its work in silence.
Okay. Can you give me a conclusion about the role of mass mobilization and elite choices?
Okay, a lot يعني النهضة party and a lot of parties in Tunisia worked hard to make the ideal democratic transformation, and they want to make a new constitution that save the people's rights and achieve what they want يعني.
Oh, yeah, give me some choices just to sharpen the argument.
What?
How did they do that?
Okay. They do a lot of seminars, and they do a lot of meetings. There was an interruption period of time which avoid the people in Tunisia to make the democratic transformation, but at least they can do it.
Okay, Manar, thanks. Alia?
Yes, Dr.
Alia
I'm
Ali
here.
Muhammad? Yeah.
Yes. Good morning. Okay, so before I get into the theory itself, let me introduce the context of Tunisia before the revolution itself. After the independence, Tunisia had two presidents, Habib Bourguiba and Ben Ali. Both of them were authoritarian rulers, and specifically Ben Ali, under his regime, there was unemployment. He held fake elections, meaning that he would always win in his elections, regardless of the fact that people didn't really want him. But what he did was that he accused his rivals of being disqualified or harassed them in order to prevent this competition. There was a huge gap between the northern areas in Tunisia and the southern and western ones. The north had the agriculture, the industrialization, the tourism, and in the north and in the south, and west, there was poverty and unemployment. All of these things led to the revolution. On 17th of December 2010, Mohamed Bouazizi, he set himself on fire as an act of sacrifice, which later on would change the whole system of Tunisia. On 18th of December, the revolution actually took off. Right after the revolution, or let me first talk about the theory itself. Rousseau's model of transition to democracy. This model was made up of 4 phases. According to Rousseau, any country that transitions to democracy has to go through these 4 phases, and they have to be in this order. The first one is national unity. Rousseau said that national unity had to precede all the other phases. National unity, in my opinion, was when Tunisians, they were united under this one cause of removing the dictator and removing this authoritarian regime. And the second phase is the preparatory phase, which is a phase of conflicts and struggles. From what I understood, we can divide this phase into 2 parts: the mass mobilization, which is the revolution I've just discussed, and the conflict between political parties, which are the Islamist parties and the secularist parties. Specifically, Ennahda party, which was the most prominent Islamic party at the time. Let me now talk about Guillermo O'Donnell and Philippe Schmitter idea of pacts, which is kind of close to the coalition that happened later on. Pacts are an agreement between political parties. They agree that none of them will reach his ideal solution. That's why they settle for the second best option, and this makes up the third phase, which is the decision-making phase, which is known for compromises and political elites making democratic rules and compromises in order to control the conflicts in the phase of the preparatory phase. To get more in depth about the decision phase, right after the revolution took off, Ben Ashur Commission, they decided that Tunisia or Tunisians need to pick a constituent assembly before they pick a president, because they wanted Tunisians to have a say in the system or the political system of Tunisia, whether they wanted to be parliamentary, semi-presidential, or presidential. And they said that it won't follow first past the post. It will follow the proportional representation. After the elections of the National Constituent Assembly, the results were as follows. Another party gained most of the votes. However, it didn't have the absolute majority. That's why it had to make a coalition with other parties, and it did make a coalition with the التكافل party and the CPR, and they were called the Troika party. However, this didn't mean that all secular parties and Islamic parties were friendly and no challenges faced them anymore. The Troika faced a couple of problems, starting with the duration by which they had to draft the constitution. Members of the NCA wanted to draft the constitution in 1 year. However, Monsef Marzouki, who was the president of Tunisia at the time, said that it should be 3 years and that 1 year is not enough and may be dangerous and too risky. Another thing that happened at the time was the events that were happening in Egypt by the Tamarrud movement against Mohammed Morsi, the president at the time, who belonged to the Muslims Brotherhood. Tunisians held a similar movement called Copycat Tamarrud, where they started to be against the Troika coalition. Something else that happened and that intensified this objection towards them was the assassination of two critics of Ennahda party, and this made Ennahda party seem as it's responsible for the assassination. All these three things led to the decrease of their popularity. After that, Mustafa bin Ja'far decided to temporarily suspend the Constituent Assembly for a while. And during that time of suspension, he made an agreement with the parties that had seats in the National Constituent Assembly that each one of them will stick to only one vote when they vote for articles in the consensus committee. And he said that an article that will be approved will have to have at least 2/3 of the participants approve to it. And after many negotiations with the political elites and things like that, he finally reopened the National Constituent Assembly in September again.
Okay, Alia, can you just wrap up in half a minute because we're already over time?
Okay. After that, there was I still have to say one thing.
Yeah.
A dialogue,
Quickly.
which was which was a process initiated by the UCTT, the Tunisian League of Human Rights, the Tunisian Bar Association, and the UTICA. They decided to have this roadmap. This roadmap entailed that the Troika had to resign
And we have like the General Trade Union as well.
Yes, I didn't remember this.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
This roadmap entailed the date of which the constitution had to be signed, and that the Troika had to voluntarily resignate, and that the prime minister position and the president position will be replaced with a technocrat. Ennahda agreed on all of these things, but said that it has to finish the constitution before it resigns. That's all the events that happened until 2014, and then in 2015 we'll see how democracy was actually applied when there was a peaceful alternation of power, when Ennahda actually resigned peacefully, and Nida Tunis took over it, and Sbaisi became the president of Tunisia, and they made a coalition afterwards, with including Ennahda itself.
We have to yeah.
Okay.
Alia, we have to finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Can I say the last thing?
Okay.
From my opinion,
second. You have a second.
I think that political elites had the major impact, not the mass mobilization, because mass mobilization did happen in many countries, but it didn't lead to the application of democracy. And the last thing is the habituation phase, which is when Tunisians actually start applying.
You already mentioned this in the presentation. Thanks, Alia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, before we just get to another theme or another topic, anyone wants to comment on, to make any comments on Tunisian topic? Karen? You want to say something? Just unmute. Perhaps you're...
No, doctor, no.
Okay. Okay, one minor point, because you mentioned O'Donnell and Schmitter type of pact. They talk about softliners and hardliners, and this kind of pact making between softliners from the incumbent regime or old elites and moderate opposition. So it's kind of a pact between old regime figures and political opposition. And what happened in Tunisia was something different. It was pact making between different camps of the opposition. Okay, so this is like a footnote or a marginal one. So let's get to Nasserism and Arab socialism. So we have here, we have 22 topics. I'm not sure if you're all here. So let's start with Aya Mustafa Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aya?
You hear me? Do you hear me?
Aya, I can't hear you.
Doctor? You hear me?
Yeah, okay. Turn on the camera.
Yeah. Doctor, it's actually opened.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. So first, I choose to talk about the non-socialist. So first, I'd like to give a brief about Arab socialism in Egypt.
Aya,
Yes.
Aya, I can't hear you. Are you on your phone?
You hear me now?
Yeah, but there's an echo. You have a problem with the voice. So let me...
Wait.
You have 2 accounts, right? So try to log out.
Okay, ثانية واحدة. It's okay now?
Yeah, okay.
So first, I choose to talk about the Nasser socialists.
Okay, so
and first
turn on
I'd
the
like
camera.
It's actually open.
Yeah,
Open,
now it's
wallah.
okay. Yeah.
Right. I'd like to give a brief about Arab socialism in Egypt. The characteristics feature of Arab socialism as practiced in Egypt is a public ownership
So
of the
just to
middle
orient
sector,
people,
including
we are talking about how ideological forces or ideational forces of Arab socialism helped with the formulation of the development strategy under Nasser. Okay, so this is the question you are answering.
Yes. Okay. I'd like just to give a brief about Arab socialism.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, so بس مش عارفة واضح ولا لا. So in this sector and perhaps in agriculture, however, has suffered despite some improvement in distribution following confiscation of larger business and rural states. Egyptian society cannot be considered egalitarian. Egypt's system of agrarian cooperatives is perhaps the only feature of Arab socialism worth imitating. So in my term paper, I went through a title which I called From Private Enterprises to Arabian Socialism. It's from 52 to 73. The Egyptian economy was mainly oriented toward the free market, being founded on activities in the private enterprises until the revolution of 2352. As a result, the private sector produced about 97% of GDP and offered 95% of the workplace in the civil domain. The role of public sector was limited to providing the essential services of water, electricity, and railway transport, and roads, and administrating the state institution. The process of turning from an Egyptian economy based on private sector or property to the one which formed with a mainly public sector is a massive implication of the state, was determined by two major events I have to mention. The first concern of the military conflict from the area that will mark the Egyptian economic policy for a long period of time. And the second is about turning to socialism. The process that led what was afterward called Arabian socialism appeared as a reaction to some extreme pressure. So in July 56, the United States and the Great Britain governments withdrew the offers of economic and financial support and building the Aswan Dam. So President Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal Company so that the income collected from the passing fees may become a financing source for building the dam. The economic policy of 57 to 60 led to significant difference of state intervention in the economy as a result of nationalizing private enterprises, elaborating the industrialization plan for this period. Nonetheless, creating new state-owned economic enterprises, the industrial plan was elaborated and structured for main large objective, satisfying the demand for the main industrial products and building the basic industry, promoting the industries with important export potential, for example, the textile industry, and establishing a regional balance in distributing the industry. The industrialization policy of this period, but also in perspective, state that the government will finance the development project of the heavy industry and the light industry will be financed by the private property. The private sector participation to the financing of the industrial plan did not rise expectation. When Masr Bank, the private bank could not support the necessary investment for the industrial development. The bank was nationalized, nationalizing the biggest holding in Egypt, offered Nasser regime the clearest way to extend its authority over the whole economy. The Masr Bank Group became a master organization and a national socialist institution, working together with other state-owned institutions, including the Economic Organization, the Central 5-Year Plan Council, and the General Military Plans for achieving the government policies objective. In the years 58 through 59, the first coherent 5-year plan is made for the industry and agriculture, and it was applied in 61 and 64-65 due to the government mentality at this time. The private sector was virtually liquidated, being considered a lacking social responsibility and long-term vision as an obstacle in the realization of industrial development plans. So the main feature of the economic policy of 6061 and 6465 is the increasing state intervention in the economy resulted in the elaboration of the 10-year plan for 6061 and 69 and 70. This plan was divided into two 5-year plans, and the objective was the doubling of the GNP. However, from this 10-year plan, only the first 5 year was applied, and while the second one was turned into the annual plans due to the economic difficulties determined mainly by the military conflict that Egypt had in this area. So the strategy of this period brought to light the implementation of the first 5-year plan had an objective of acceleration of the economic growth rate and the distribution of income in the favor of low-income social categories. So,
so what's your theoretical framework and how you apply this theoretical framework to this case? You mentioned in some detail the context within which, you know, he applied, Nasser actually applied, or Nasser's regime actually proceeded with this import substitution industrialization with some nationalization measures and land reform measures as well. But what kind, how you apply the theoretical framework we talked about in class to this case?
actually دكتور احنا ما كناش نعرف حضرتك عايزة theory عشان كده احنا I spoke about it overall يعني.
Okay, how ideas, how Arab socialism as an idea affected, or as an ideological orientation affected the formulation of public policy or economic policies?
Again, مش سمعتش.
Just to summarize, how ideas or how ideology affected the formulation of public policies, economic policies.
For first 5-year plan يعني ولا ايه؟
Yeah.
اوكي على فكرة كنت اقولها. اوكي هو Nasser policies هو play pivotal role في
turn on the camera.
والله it's turned. أنا مش فاهمة. حضرتك شايفاني كده؟
No. Now it's okay.
مش عارفة مفتوحة.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, ماشي. One can say that the first part of the first 5-year plan was a very prosperous economic period that achieved the implementation of some economic development. The continuous industrial development through directing the investment is a main sector. The amount of investment directed in the industry was 34.1%, the total investment in the 5-year plan, and 60.1% in the total investment in the prospective sector. The growth of the state rule in the country economic life through developing the strengthening public property, it had been decided by the political leadership. So when Egypt moved the second year of the 5-year plan, a new and aggressive regional policy founded an Arab socialism. It had economic leverage in the state hands for banking, insurance, foreign trade, strategic industries, public utilities, and urban mass transit, accepted taxes, limited the portion urban retail trade, and all newspaper taken over in 1960, and publishing houses, monopolistic control of importation and distribution of the newsprint and other paper, and all reclaimed land. And
okay, and how Nasser implemented these policies, how he managed to nationalize private assets.
I don't know.
Any focus on the state itself, how the state implemented and proceeded with these policies?
No, I don't know.
Okay,
That's
thanks,
okay,
let's have Asma Abu al-Majd. Asma is here. رضا عبده كامل الطيفي. نسمة محمد صلاح. ياسمين ياسر. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor.
Yasmin Yasser?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Yasmin, I barely hear you.
You barely hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, just a second.
Okay. Yasmin? Shall I take Salwa and then you?
Can you hear me now, doctor? No?
Try to rejoin, okay? Salwa Amr Abdel Hakim?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Salwa, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why the camera didn't open. Just 1 second, please.
Okay. Rawan Mustafa's here. Rawan Mustafa Ahmed Abdin. Hagar Ibrahim.
Okay, could I rejoin? Doctor?
No, okay, just continue, Salwa. I don't see you, but just go ahead.
I want to open the camera, but I don't know why it didn't work.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I talked about the additional forces of Arab socialism during Nasser regime. So I started by explaining how political economy reflects the policies and the state, and the main concept briefly, like the development strategy on Egypt during this period, structure of Egypt after the revolution, and what affected the mean of socialism to Egyptian and Arab nationalism. It differs from any other country. So I applied more than one city. I started to think from different levels. We can apply not just one city, like system city. When we shifted the regime or the system of the state, according to David Easton, we have input, transformation, and output. Yes? You can hear me, doctor?
Yeah, but what was the question?
The question was how the strategies affected the economic development? No, you mean the main question of the term paper or what I applied?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was...
And you should have applied, this is the theory, the ideational foundation of economic policies. This is your theoretical framework.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we can apply... Yeah, I just take it as a result from shifting the system.
Okay, this is the context, okay?
Yes.
So this is the context within which Nasser made these policies.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
He changed the system. The input of Nasser was some policies like elimination, feudalism, and nationalism, and assuring socialist laws, for example. Then the output differs from in different periods of time. We can judge that socialism in Egypt had the main straight line. It differs from period to period. And I took to...
He actually applied this gradually?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And historical structuralism, according to Marx, Arab socialism rejected that. And Nasser tried to cooperate all Egyptians together, not just one class, as it was a main feature of the revolution at the first place. So he gave main service to all Egyptian, education, health, and another something like that. And I thought it was... 1 second. As the pillars of Arab socialism differs from any other socialism, like Arab nationalism, and the socialist policies and the corporatism and the militarism as the main force that can change anything in the state during this period. Industrialization in Egypt, the feedback of the affection of the economic development. I talked about it in different areas, and why nationalism, Arab socialism collapsed in Egypt. Not as it was not a straight line. And the society itself, I talk about competing worker classes and peasants, political parts and policies of the national characteristics on Egypt during this period. And rational choice theory we can apply it to in this period as uncertainty and the importance of economic and institutional groups on Egypt and how that reflects in the period after that. Just what I talk about.
Okay, any comments on how the administrative structure or the bureaucratic structure of the state and the degree of the state autonomy helped him to implement these policies?
Okay, Nasser didn't work alone. He worked and he tried to incorporate all Egyptians to work to shift the economy up to one level. So he tried to make bureaucratic levels as it shifted to the military level. البيروقراطيك اختلفت يعني من الفترة بتاعت الموناركي للفترة بتاعت ناصر.
Okay, how did it shift and enabled him actually to implement these policies?
Okay, he made policies, he made laws, and there was something called policies of national charter subjects, I think, that helped him to do that.
That clarified in a way or another the socialist as an ideological foundation of the regime, but how this helped, with the implementation of these policies. This is the crux of the analysis.
I didn't get it. Again, please.
Yeah, this is the crux of the analysis, how this kind of Arab socialism, as it was elaborated in the National Charter, helped him to implement these economic policies.
Okay, he tried to implement these policies to reach the level he wanted to do. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Sal. Yasmin?
Doctor, can you hear me now?
Yasmin, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, doctor, I cannot turn on the camera. I think it affects on the sound, I think.
No, try to turn it on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good morning. Today I'm gonna present about my topic, Arab socialism. At first, we must tackle what's political elites. The political elites are those people who have the influence on the society, and Abdel Nasser used them in his favor to carry out his political and economical plans. Abdel Nasser adhered to socialism ideology because he wanted to achieve his aims, about the political aims. Arab socialism was suitable for his political plans because he wanted to restore all Egypt assets like the Suez Canal and a lot of things others. The Arab socialism enabled Abdel Nasser to nationalize the Suez Canal, and he was biggest achievement. Just a minute. And he made the Arab socialism this ideology of the Arab socialism was focusing on that the Egyptians using its resources in full capacity. and made them to count on themselves and because of the nationalizing the Suez Canal, he made a lot of achievements. He built the High Dam, and economically he increased the national income, and he made industrial improvement. The Arab socialism did so well to Egypt, and because of this he built a lot of factories and made Egypt self-efficient. Abdel Nasser
Sufficient.
and made Abdel Nasser cooperate all the classes to work and cooperate with each other to develop the country to another level after the revolution. After a lot, Egypt faced a lot of things. That's all I know. I don't know if you want to ask about anything.
So what about, can you tell me more about the economic policies?
The economic policies? I know that.
And how he did implement these policies. What enabled him? What facilitated, the mission for him?
I know that he built a lot of industrial factories. And
how did he mobilize resources in order to expand the industrial base?
He focused on the public sector, and the main thing, I don't know.
Okay, Yasmin, thanks. روان مصطفى أحمد عبدين. هاجر إبراهيم سابق.
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Turn on your camera.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I will discuss the ideology and state-led development strategy in Nasser's reign. I argued that elite choices played a pivotal role in formulating economic policies. According to Keynesian ideas, Keynesianism is based upon the assumption that government should intervene within the economy to mitigate the problems of market failure. In the context of socialism, Keynesian economics can be used to implement policies associated with equality and social justice.
But did he really follow, this concept of managerial state? So the question was how Arab socialism, so meaning he established in a way or another kind of a socialist economy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your theoretical framework again?
What do you mean about my theoretical
framework? So the question is how the ideas or the ideological orientation of Arab socialism enabled the free officers, the regime, or most especially Nasser, to go ahead with import substitution, industrialization, or socialist policies. So what's the essence of the socialist economy or socialist policies? Okay, so just go ahead with your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Keynesian economics can be used to implement policies associated with equality and social justice, which is what did Nasser and his elite companions do. Surely administrative, economic, and political viability of Nasser's industrialization policies played a pivotal role in pushing through the state's 5-year plan. And about the 5 year plan, as it was launched, the Egyptian state controlled all major sectors of the economy. All further industrialization was to take place within the framework of the plan. The public sector.
Within the framework of what?
All further industrialization was to take place within the framework of the plan.
Of the plan, okay.
The public sector became a major employer of skilled technical personnel. All university graduates were guaranteed a job in the public sector. With these developments, a new middle class elite within the public sector emerged. Through this sweeping structural transformation, Nasser put a lid on the upper ranks to compensate for the loss of the upper class support he brought in the more numerous middle and lower classes as stakeholders into the system. Food and fuel subsidies were introduced to make basic goods widely affordable to the middle and lower classes. These new stakeholders were counted on for providing mass support for the regime's policies.
Okay, and how from where did he get like resources, and he mobilized resources in order to finance or to fund this expansionist industrial policies? How did he secure finance to implement these policies? Okay, go ahead.
The 5-year plan was a successful model of development as Nasser returned the pillars of the country to the middle class and rose it well to continue reinforcing the country.
Any comments on the administration level?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Hagar.
Thank you.
So let's move to the other presentation. The following one, Salma Assam, Saad Abdul Maqsood.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Okay, Salma.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Salma, turn on your camera, and we can't hear you. Can you start talking?
I'm talking now. I'm talking.
So let me have Lubna until you fix the voice problem. Okay, Lubna Tariq, Muhammad Kamal Eddin. روان فارس غازي Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. هاجر عصام محمد عبد العظيم.
Doctor, can you hear me now?
نهال ناصر رمضان.
Doctor, can you hear me now?
منة الله محمد زهدي.
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
Minna? Okay, go ahead, Minna.
Okay, I started by talking about the development strategies, which are by defining
Minna,
it first.
turn on your camera.
Okay, doctor.
Okay.
Which are policies aimed at steering the economic activity into a particular mixture of ownership and sectors. Then I discussed the 3 growth trajectories, and I identified the critical transitions within them. And we could say that policies
what are the three what? Junctures?
I would
okay.
Import substitution, which Mexico and Brazil are examples. And export-led growth and interport growth. And each one of them has its phases, which has its economic structure and its policies.
But you know, this is from Haggard's book, and I assigned this chapter just for the part of the ideology.
I
Okay.
don't understand.
So try to focus your presentation on Nasser's economic policies.
Okay.
And his ideology orientation.
Start with the Arab socialism.
Yeah.
Okay. Nasser used Arab socialism as he rejected the communism. So we could say that Arab socialism is considered a bridge between socialism and communism. In Arab socialism, Nasser disagreed with Marxism as he refused the dictatorship of the workers. And in the socialism of Nasser, there was private property, unlike socialism. It also affirms the capability of the public sector that's owned by people in the independent development process.
He actually allowed for this until like the early 60s, okay? Because this is like another stage of his policy.
Yeah. Okay. Nasser's socialism was also a solution to the problem of economic and social backwardness. socialism ساعد نصر إنه يعمل efficiency في production and justice in distributing the wealth, as each one of the workers take his share in work according to his work. Then I talked about the achievements that Nasser made using his ideology Arab socialism, as he nationalized the Suez Canal, built the High Dam, agrarian reform by the elimination of the feudal system. Finally, I talked about the 5-year plans, which was one of the reasons why Arab socialism failed. The goals of the 5-year plans was to increase the national income by 39.7% during the 5 years, and to expand the consumer goods sector and promote industries with export potential. But this we can't achieve this, as there was no enough experience to implement the goals at this level, at this economic level, and expanding the economic sector. The public sector did not increase its productive capacity.
Okay, so speaking of like economic viability of these socialist policies, how actually Nasser, what kind of context enables Nasser to implement these economic policies, just to make it like to have it like resonated, you know, with the vast majority of the population or with the economic experts.
He relied on internal economic sector. The domestic, you mean the domestic policies that he used?
Yeah, okay.
I talked about the ideology Pan-Arabism that he used. He used this ideology to enact some of domestic and foreign policies, and these policies helped Egypt rise in power. And to be the leader of the Arab Middle East. So he, according to domestic policies, there was economic and social. According to economic, he relied on internal economic sector rather than external financial assistance. And according to foreign policy,
the national sovereignty and national liberation, it was part of like this national dignity and national sovereignty.
Yeah.
Okay.
And according to foreign policies, he concerned on making the foreigners not getting too involved in the problems.
This is not relevant. This was not relevant to the presentation. So what about the bureaucratic or administrative viability of these policies? Like this kind of expansion of the public sector or state-owned enterprises. So what did he do?
To the bureaucratic,
on the administrative level. to make sure about the efficiency of the implementation of these policies.
Like what? I don't know.
Yeah, let me finish the presentations and then I'll comment, because
okay, doctor.
I just want to see what other people, you know, would say.
Okay.
Okay, thanks Minna. We have Sakha. Sakha. Sakha Ahmed Hamad.
Doctor, can you hear me now? Doctor.
I don't hear you.
Doctor, can you hear me?
No?
Doctor, can you...
So try to disconnect and rejoin again, okay? And let me have another presentation.
Doctor. Doctor, can you hear me?
Sarah Assam? Sarah Assam السيد علي?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, سارة.
هو أنا عندي مشكلة في النت، فالكاميرا مش يعني عندي سودة، فمش عارفة أفتحها. النت ضعيف قوي.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The Arab Socialist Union was founded in Egypt in December 1962 by Gamal Abdel Nasser as the country's sole political party. The characteristic feature of Arab socialism as practiced in Egypt is public ownership of the modern sectors, including finance and trade. Efficiency in this sector and perhaps in agriculture, however, has suffered. Despite some improvement in distribution following confiscation of larger business and rural estates, Egypt's system of Artisan cooperatives is perhaps the only feature of Arab socialism worth imitating. In foreign policy, Arab socialism advocated a constant struggle against imperialism and Zionism. When Gamal Abdel Nasser put forward socialism, he meant in the first place sufficiency in production and justice in distribution, meaning very briefly that Egypt produces what is needed in order to meet the needs of the vast majority of the poor in terms of food, clothing, education, and so on. It is not possible to talk about the Jolly Revolution and industry without talking about the public sector, which began by Egyptianizing some foreign interests after the nationalization of the Suez Canal. Then, since 1960, the state made some nationalizations, and then the basic laws known as socialist laws were issued in July 1961. With these measures, the sector was formed. The year began to grow as a main component of the nationalized companies. Then the state set up projects and companies that it would establish with its funds in implementation of the successive industrialization programs. For the public sector today, the portion that represents the nation's asset doesn't represent more than 15% or 20% rather. It is not even in these companies a single machine that existed at the time of nationalization, because the continuous process of renewal, replacement, and expansion have developed this factor to what they are today. And I talked about Arab socialism in Egypt. Arab socialism has everywhere led to a strong expansion of public sector and the public ownership. But at least in Egypt, the beginning was a chance, and the ideology at the time was nationalistic rather than socialist. Egypt tried during the 50s to handle increasing foreign exchange difficulties by direct physical controls that from the outset were expanded measures adopted in emergency situations. But since the underlying problem was never tackled, the control became permanent. Much of what was later labeled Arab socialism was nothing more than this kind of ad hoc control that can be found in almost any less developed country in great abundance, and that was well known from Europe in the late 40s and the early 50s until the end of the 50s. Nationalism and political expediency together explain most of the developments. The public sector occupies about half the economy, measured by both expenditure share and the contribution to value added. In terms of employment, it is considerably smaller. Total public amounted in 1973 to 41% of GNP at current market prices. In addition, the government administrates the flows of export and imports. Between 50 and 60% of value added was produced in the public sector. But to this should be added the existence of certain control with production of the private sector. The private sector is dominated by agriculture when public ownership is the exception. Retail trade where, however, government stores play a certain role, traditional handcrafts, small-scale industry and repair shops, housing and professional services. The private sector is subjected to extensive government control with prices and rents as well as raw materials and capital goods supply. Then I talked about socialism in agriculture. Land reforms were initiated in 1952 and further dependent in 1954, 1968 and 1969. As of 1954, maximum ownership was 200 faddan. It was reduced to 100 faddan in 1961.
Sarah?
And now, yes.
Okay, just you gave us like good information about the policies, but tell me about you focus more or less on the political context, you know, or that helped Nasser to implement these policies. Okay, so anything about the administrative capacity or the degree of state autonomy that enable him to take specific measures in order to go ahead or to implement and proceed with these policies?
Actually no، يعني ده اللي أنا كاتباه الصراحة.
Okay, just give us a summary, just to wrap up how the ideology of Arab socialism affected the formulation of the economic policies during Nasser's period.
There is no indication that Arab socialism should have been a vehicle of growth in Egyptian economy. All available indicators point in the other direction. Investment collapsed when confronted with foreign exchange shortage. Those control with prices and with foreign trade that Egypt has in common with so many other less developed countries appear to have had the same detrimental effects on efficiency as everywhere else. The basic institutions, on the other hand, don't seem to be obstacle to growth and efficiency per se. The cooperative system in agriculture is known to be conducive to efficiency and growth under favorable conditions, and there is no reason why it should not be able to work in Egypt. And with public enterprises organized as joint stock companies, they should be able to function at least as efficiently as private joint stock companies. But both in agriculture and industry, the efficient system rather from the investment and the price policies adopted, the heavy-handed direct
Okay, and if we need to conclude in one sentence, what would you say? Forget about reading your presentation. If I ask you to recap, what would you say?
بصراحة مش عارفة.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. We will have one more presentation, then we will have 7-minute break. Okay, so Sakha.
Can you hear me?
Salma, I have Sakha, and then I'll take you, Salma. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Who's talking?
Sakha.
Saha?
Yes.
Yeah, just go ahead and try to speak up.
Okay. I started this research with a brief on Arab socialism.
Saha, yeah, try to speak up, raise your voice.
Okay. I started this research with a brief definition on Arab socialism, and then how Abdel Nasser focused on implementing his doctrine on Arab socialism inherently and laying on the foundation for authority for the new constitution that was to follow. He showed a change in orientation from the national goal of the original evolution and emphasized that Egypt was an Arab nation based on Islamic principle. Abdel Nasser announced a list of nationalization that deepened the private sector.
Nationalization, the what?
The private sector.
Did what with the private sector?
He
What's the verb?
Nationalization.
Yeah? Did what with the private sector?
Nationalized.
He nationalized. Okay, yeah.
In 1952, he nationalized all private banks and all insurance companies. The nationalized program continued in successive waves during 1962 and 1963 and included shipping companies, cotton ginning factories.
Okay, so in a way or another, the Arab socialism, or like socialism as an ideology, helped him to proceed with this nationalization and asset grab measures in order to mobilize some economic resources and to go ahead, with the the import substitution industrialization, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I talked about the 5-year plan. Egypt started its 5-year plan in 1960, and it had taken over essentially on the Misr Group and Bank Misr that had been privately held. And then the 5-year
And this is
plan.
the period where he expanded actually his nationalization measures.
Yes.
Okay, because before that period there was some room for private sector without like meaningful negotiation or without meaningful say in the decision-making process, but there was space for them.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The 5-year plan preparation was carried without consulting the private sector. And the wave of nationalism through the social decline was motivated by the failure of the private sector. But it ended in a crisis, in a political crisis. But when Egypt tried to finance the second 5-year plan, the Soviet Union was reluctant to extend new lines of credit, and Egypt did not succeed in this.
Because in the beginning, he made use of this non-alignment movement and making use of cultivating relationship with both the United States and the Soviet Union. And then after the nationalization of the Suez Canal, he actually made it to, he aligned with the Soviet bloc. This is like the international context within which, enabled Nasser to get some sort of finance or aids in order to implement his policies. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, any comments? Because we have like the context and then the economic measures per se, and how actually he sold the idea, to the experts or people who had stake in economic issues or economic matters, and politically, as we mentioned in class, he enabled, he actually secured some degree of state autonomy that enabled him to proceed with the nationalization measures and land reform measures, and to mobilize some resources to implement his 5-year plans. Any comments on the implementation of the actual policies? The implementation needed some sort of bureaucratic apparatuses or administrative structure in order to facilitate efficient implementation of these policies. How Nasser actually made that happen?
Sorry.
Nothing about the... No?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so let's take a 7-minute break, and then we will continue with Nasserism as a topic. Okay?
دكتور
Yeah? Who's talking?
دكتور أنا يارا طارق.
Mhm.
اوكي انا بس بفتح من الموبايل او اللاب على حد، لان اللاب بيطلعني بعد وقت معين، فانا بدخل كل شويه يعني، عشان انا اسفه يعني ان حضرتك كل شويه بتاكسبت مي، انا قصدي كده، انا اسفه يعني.
Okay, guys. So let's take 7 minutes and then we will get back. 7 minutes and then we get back to our presentation. Salma Assam is here. Salma Assam and Lubna Tariq.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Lubna, yeah, go ahead.
دكتور معلش
one
هي
second.
سلمى عندها مشكلة في الكونكشن فممكن
Okay,
حضرتك تاخدي لبنى
I let her
وبعدين
in.
هي
بس yeah.
اوكي
Okay. Salma? Lubna, sorry. Lubna? Where did you go?
Yes, do I start?
Yeah.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Turn on your camera.
Hello? Okay. My camera isn't working right now.
You know that you have to turn on your camera, right?
But it's not working. I'm sorry.
Why?
I don't know, there's an error. My laptop doesn't really allow it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, should I? Okay. I started my essay with a quote, a quote by Gamal Abdel Nasser, which he described socialism or Arab socialism as an end to imperialism and exploitation, and an end to a society of masters and slaves. Egypt shared a lot of similarities with other developing countries in its strides toward socialism, despite it having a unique experience. Basically, the Egyptian variant of, or the Arab variant of socialism was more concerned with liberating nations, especially after being freed of colonialism, and rather than starting a socialist revolution, which was mirrored in them nationalizing the Suez Canal Company. And instead of nationalizing all private economic activities, they preferred to come up with new economic activities and expand. One second. Arab socialism was also rooted in nationalism and fighting back against colonialism and imperialism by taking back capital and resources and stripping the power away from the colonizers by providing ourselves with our own economic needs.
Only colonizers?
Not colonizers, but mostly countries that were more established in the economic field and had a lot more resources than other developing countries.
Okay. And domestically, what did he do?
Well, there was the land redistribution reform, where he limited the amount of or like the dimensions of land allowed to each person, and the nationalization of the Suez Canal Company, the nationalization or the partial nationalization of some industries such as commerce and one second. Basically, he aimed to industrialize and nationalize and basically start an industrial revolution in the country. And he aimed to better the financial situation of most of the population, despite them having most of them being illiterate and having a low living wage or income.
So you have like 2 minutes and a half.
Okay.
Can you give me like a brief answer to the question?
Okay, 1 second. Basically, Arab socialism had, despite adopting a lot of the techniques or approaches of the Marxist and Engels socialism, it had different purposes or goals. It was rooted in nationalism and liberating the nations. It also didn't really aim to nationalize all industries. It only meant to improve, increase resources, increase finances, and so on. It also aimed to achieve egalitarianism and level out the social classes by focusing on Arab national unity and identity.
Okay. On the state structure level, did he do something?
What?
On the state structure level, the ideology helped him to do something?
I'm not sure what the question means. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the theoretical framework, it has like several elements, like political, economic, and supposedly administrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so did the ideology help Nasser to restructure or to rearrange state structure in order to implement these policies? Because
I didn't find a lot of
five-year plan,
sources.
it's fine, but how did he implement these policies? So this is like formulation. It entails like making decisions about economic policies and then like having some sort of state agencies that would be in charge of implementing these policies.
I found that he adopted a lot of the techniques used by other Eastern European countries that took a chance at socialism.
Like what?
Like the basic techniques like nationalization, redistributing capital, and so on.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Lubna.
Thank you.
Salma's here? Salma Assam? Did you rejoin?
دكتور هي عندها مشكلة في الإنترنت.
الإنترنت؟
فيعني لو حضرتك معلش ممكن تاخدي حد كمان لحد ما
Okay.
تحاول تفك
هدير.
المشكلة دي.
Okay, هدير عبد الرحمن فهمي?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Hadir. Go ahead.
Is everything is clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. In order to answer the main question of how the ideological forces of Arab socialism affected the state-led strategy in Egypt under Nasser regime, we need to go back and know the meaning of Arab socialism and its historical record. And also I linked it with Keynesian ideology after mentioning briefly what is Keynesian ideology. And all of this in order to answer the main question. Firstly, the concept of Arab socialism was not mentioned for the first time under Nasser's regime, but before him, there were a number of movements that supported the socialism in Egypt because of the bad conditions that the Egyptians faced.
Guys, I just want to clarify something. When I asked you to apply like this kind of ideological foundation of economic policies, just to borrow the theoretical framework from Peter Hall, that he applied this Keynesian ideas, you know, to specific economies. So we need to apply to withdraw the analysis in order to apply this, how Arab socialism helped Nasser to formulate some sort of socialist policies. So the framework was kind of this kind of political, how politicians actually, or political elites, formed kind of coalitions or built like political alliance in order to sell out, you know, these economic ideas, and then having economic experts, you know, that would formulate and help with the formulation with these policies, and administratively civil service, efficient, you know, bureaucratic apparatuses in order to implement these policies. So if you can just focus your presentation or rearrange your presentation in order to provide us, you know, how this theoretical framework would be applied to Arab socialism case or period.
I will go to the theoretical framework, but this point is essential in my theoretical framework, so I mentioned it firstly. Okay, these bad conditions are like limiting the education to just small elite class and so on. But none of these movements calling for socialism succeeded before Nasser, because of many factors. Okay, I will go forward to the theoretical framework. I have three ways to answer the question. Firstly, by knowing the relationship between ideologies and the material circumstances. Firstly, the ideology must be persuasive, and this persuasiveness is attained by the need of the current economic situation for such ideology. And this actually happened in Egypt, as I mentioned before, that the bad economic and social conditions the Egyptians faced before Nasser's Arab socialism eased the implementation of Nasser's ideology. Secondly, the new ideology that's going to influence the economic material circumstances must be accepted and adopted by policymakers in the state, and that was evident in Egypt's case under Nasser regime, that Nasser desired to reach industrialization, and Arab socialism as an ideology fulfilled this desire. The second way to answer the question is by judging Arab socialism as an ideology and its appropriateness in the Egyptian context. And to do so, we have to look at the economic, administrative, and political viabilities. Firstly, the economic viability, which means the appropriateness of the new ideology to solve the current economic problems. And at that time, the main purpose of Nasser was to reach industrialization, and he saw that the state-led strategy is helpful for this purpose. Secondly, the administrative viability, which means the capability of the new ideology to long-standing administrative biases of the relevant decision makers. And if you look at the states that adopted the Keynesian ideology that is linked to Arab socialism somehow, we'll find that these states had no massive role of their central banks that might obstruct the ideology, and this was actually the case in Egypt under Nasser regime. Thirdly, the political viability, which means the appropriate.
Can you flesh this out? The previous point, yeah.
Okay, I said that in the states that adopted Keynesian ideology after.
No. Like Egypt under Nasser, the application.
Okay,
Egypt under Nasser. Yeah.
In the readings, I didn't find anything mentioning that there is an excessive role of the central banks. So I suppose that there is nothing obstructing Nasser.
And how about the establishment of the Ministry of Industry and the Committee of Planning?
Administrative of industry, I think it allowed the state to put her hand on everything, private sector and so on. So it didn't obstruct Nasser's ideology.
Yeah, this is related to this point. I mean, it does exist in the reading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, Waterbury talked about something about fragmented jurisdiction between this planning and implementation of economic policies or economic strategies that made it in a way somehow inefficient in some areas or in some sectors.
Yes.
So you had some details in the readings.
If there is enough time, I will go back to the decisions made by Nasser and mention the bad
so
sides
you still have like three minutes.
Okay, I'll finish the theoretical framework and I'll go back to Nasser's bad side effects.
Okay.
The political viability, which means the appropriateness of the new ideology with the aims of the current political leaders. And this was evident in Egypt when Nasser and the free officers made the revolution in 1952 to apply the same assumptions of the Keynesian ideology of equality and so on. The third way to answer this question is the decision of the state to choose one appropriate development strategy of the three strategies, either هي PPE, ISI, or expert-led strategy.
But the foundation of Nasser's policies was not similar to the one that is based on managerial state as borrowed from Keynes' ideas. Okay. So he applied, some elements of these policies, but not necessarily he didn't abide by these policies.
It wasn't typical of Keynesian. In somehow, I'll briefly introduce these three strategies: PPE, or the primary product expert strategy, in which the state was dependent mainly on exporting the primary product from which it gained the local purchasing power needed for importing the customer goods. ISI, or import substituting industrialization, that is based on growing the manufacturing activities. Expert-led strategy, which was adopted after the failure of ISI strategy. And most of the Middle Eastern countries adopted the ISI strategy after 1945, imitating the Turkish experience. And in Egypt, this ISI strategy was adopted after the revolution of the free officers, and especially in the first 5-year plan. If there is enough time, I will go to decisions made by Nasser.
1.5 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay. Those decisions was mainly focusing on nationalizing the Suez Canal, Bank Misr and Masr Group, initiating the economic organization. Okay, and these decisions taken by Nasser has their bad circumstances. The economy at that time was unable to earn foreign exchange because of the designing of the Egyptian market that was limited to trade its products inside Egypt, which resulted in the inability of importing materials from outside to reach that industrialization meant by state-led strategy. And there was excessive debts. And also from the social perspective, this strategy didn't achieve the attained equality in education, for example. Those decisions and their failure in some aspects enforced Anwar Sadat after that to make the reformation in the economy based on liberalization by enhancing exporting the foreign investment and by stimulating the private sector. It was an illustrative example of linking Arab socialism with Keynesian ideology, that Keynes stressed on class compromise, or his application of ideology resulting in class compromise after the Second World War. And that's exactly what Nasser called for in his declaring of Arab Socialist Union in 1962, which emphasized on the unification of all society's classes. That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Hadir. Salma? Salma's not here. Okay. Okay, Hannah, go ahead.
دكتور هي استيلا عندها مشكلة في النت. هو مش عارفة يعني
Hannah has an appointment
للآخر خالص ولا
Okay, yeah. So Hannah has an appointment with the doctor, so I'm going to take her first, and then we will continue with the presentations. Hannah, go ahead. Hannah, you're working on Nasser?
No, my topic is Lebanon.
Lebanon. So okay, can you just record a video for me?
Yeah, sure, if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
It's perfectly fine. Yeah, get well
Can
soon.
I was wondering how can I record a video while sharing my PowerPoint presentation? I worked really hard
you can just share a screen. It's on your Zoom, okay, and then record.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really sorry. Thank you.
No problem, Hannah. Okay, thanks, Hannah. So let's have Mayar Hassan Mohammed. Mayar.
Yes, doctor, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Doctor?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. The brief introduction about political elites and in general who they are or their role, what elites can. So they are a group of powerful people who hold political power and wealth. They have the ability to direct the society choices or the people choices, either the economic or the political one. This was the brief introduction I made. Then I moved to tackle the free officers movement and who are the free officers. Doctor, do you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I moved to the free officers movement, who are a group of young Egyptian army soldiers who decided nothing than to revolt against the existing monarchic system in Egypt. And they want to send the king to exile and end the monarchy system. They had some goals that they wanted to achieve, like to end up feudalism and the British occupation on Egypt, and also to ban the political parties' activity in Egypt. And they called for a national army for defense. So the 23rd of June revolution happened. And based on it, Egypt was turned to a republic and the king was really exiled. Muhammad Naguib at the beginning hold power, but then after the disputes with Nasser, Nasser became the Egyptian president. When Nasser hold power بقى, he applied the socialist economic system in Egypt. Here I wrote a brief what is the socialist economic system. So it's all about the publicity of owning properties in the country, or the means of production will be public owned, not privately owned. So one of the socialist decisions, or he made a lot of remarkable socialist decisions. First, he nationalized the Suez Canal, and so it was ruled by the French people, and it's now ruled by the Egyptians. Also, he issued the laws of land reformation to help improve the conditions of the peasants at that time. And he distributed the land over the farmers in land owning. Also, he decided to build the high dam in Aswan to protect Egypt from the floods, and although it was a risky decision, the Egyptian budget at that time couldn't afford to such a project. And on the development side of the economy, he decided to he put a 5-year plan of development from 1961 to 1965, just to support and push the industry in Egypt. And he said about 26% of the investments it will be devoted to improve the industry. Then in 1961 he issued what's called the socialist laws, and he based upon them a lot of more nationalization decision was taken. Almost all the companies and factories in Egypt were Egyptian, yani no more foreign companies. Even Bank Al Ahli and Bank Masr also were nationalized. So it was clear now that Nasser will depend on the public sector as the main base for his development strategy. And in 1962, he declared a national charter. And in the national charter, he announced that Arab socialism ideology, it will be the main doctrine or the main ideology that the country will follow. He issued this ideology just in order to help the Arab countries, get over the hard consequences they had through the long period of colonialism by the British forces. So from the important manifestations of Arab socialist application in Egypt was the land reformation laws and the nationalization process that I just tackled. And there was, he said that will be only one official party that will represent the Arab socialist ideology, which is the Arab Socialist Union Party. The members of this party were the peasants, laborers, and soldiers. All this took place in it, yani. So by this step, Nasser was introducing the concept of corporatism in Egypt. He wanted to change the structure of the companies or the design of structure yani in Egypt, as it was rigid before in Muhammad Ali's era. So in order, okay, first yani state corporatism means laborers and peasants and classes of the society have to join a specific group of interest to take a role in the policy making process of the country. So in order to get incorporated into this new structure, he has to manage well three main social forces of the society, اللي هما labor والbusiness associations والlandowners and peasants. أول حاجة labor movement under Muhammad Najib regime,
okay.
labor had a very
Mayar, we don't have time. Just skim through the just not in some detail, okay?
Okay, يعني ما قلتش أي حاجة فيهم؟
Rapidly, if you can. Very quick hints.
Okay, يعني labor movement
under Nasser, it's not before.
Just in the labor movement. Nasser regime. Yes, Nasser regime was considered their golden age. Yani he made a lot of laws that helped to improve their condition. The Comprehensive Labor Code in 1959, and the General Federation of Egyptian Trade Union also was formed in his era. According to landowners and peasants, he applied the concept of agricultural cooperatives. And then in the business associations, he created the chambers of commerce, were established to supervise the investment process. And then he faced also challenging forces represented in the Muslim Brotherhood, where the professional syndicates. أقول حاجة ولا مفيش وقت؟
Just a summary to summarize.
Summarize the whole paper ولا
no, just to recap. How did you answer the question? If I ask you in one sentence or a couple of sentences, how will you answer the question? How ideology helped him formulating and implementing?
I just applied the Arab socialism ideology, and it helped him to applying the ideology on all the projects in Egypt helped to improve the Egyptian economy at that time. Even all the sectors were much improved than before. Labor's public sector was now the controlling of the development strategy. Agricultural fields were developed also. Elite domination
didn't
was
the
abolished.
strategy run into trouble?
This is at the end. I just tackled the positive side of the of the Arab socialism ideology بصراحة. I didn't tackle the negative side.
Okay, thanks Mayar.
I didn't.
Okay, great. Suhaila Sharif.
Yes, يا دكتور.
Okay, Suhaila, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me يا دكتور?
Can you speak up?
I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Raise your voice. Speak up.
Okay.
Or make it closer to the mic.
So, okay, the better.
Yeah, talk. Just start talking. I think
Okay.
the connection
So,
is not good.
I started my paper with token general.
Suhaila, the connection is not good. Okay, let me take Salma.
Can I join طيب?
Yeah, rejoin. Salma? Okay, Salma, go ahead.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah. Salma, can you turn on your camera?
Get one.
Salma?
Yes, doctor. Can you hear me?
Turn on your camera and start your presentation. Okay, Suhaila's back. So, Suhaila, can you start talking?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I started my paper with talking generally about the socialism and its appearance in all the world, not just the Arab world. So I started by defining it as socialism is a political, social, and economic ideology which calls for the good, the public good, and the ending of the private ownership. And they believe that any product which is produced in the state is a public good, and this is totally and completely different from the capitalism. But the socialism in the Arab world is totally different from the socialism of Marx, as socialism is differentiate based on the cultural and historical background in the state. So that's how the socialism was affected by the nature of the Arab world, and affected these countries after the war and the revolutions after that. And then the present modern socialism in opposition to the chauvinistic nationalism. And on the other hand, the Arab world glorifies the nation and the nationalism. So that was like an introduction to my paper. So moving to how socialism affected the economy and especially the public sector under Nasser's presidentship. So President Nasser glorified the nationalism, and it appeared from the presidential experience of him. So he built a nation state, and there was a democratic movement which helped the common people and gave them an opportunity to participate in politics. Just 1 minute.
What's the democratic movement? What was that movement?
Again,
what was the democratic movement? His
as
conception of democracy, you mean?
I meant that for the that he gave the opportunity to the common people to participate in politics, I guess.
Okay, and he offered different definition to democracy. This is true, but it was not like a democratic movement. This is his own definition of democracy. Yeah. Okay.
That opportunity helped in raising the standard of living for all the society. But only the political activities of the actors of the ancient regime was restricted by abolishing the parties and parliament and the courts and so on. Then, after the revolution and after King Farouk had left the country, the British army remained guarding the Suez Canal even under the new regime, and the British took up arms openly after the peaceful withdrawal from Suez Canal, when Egypt was openly.
Just to sum up, he just instilled this kind of ideals or these ideas into society by being like part and parcel or essential component in this national pride or national sovereignty and national liberation discourse. Okay, and politically he established some organizations in order to enable him to rule first and then to implement these economic policies. So let's get to the actual economic policies and the economic viability and the administrative viability of these policies. What did he do?
Okay. Up to January 1957, all the French and British companies was nationalized. More than 50 banks, more than all the industrial and insurance companies were raised, as he established a new economic organization to manage all these nationalized bodies, to stop the foreign capital invested in Egypt, and to open the road to the Egyptian investment.
Okay, what else?
So he helped in the employment of the Egyptians, as it was promoted. The managers and the laborers became Egyptians, and even the use of Arabic became compulsory in business. And he created a body to coordinate investment between the public and private sector. And also the Bank Masr and the central bank was nationalized, as Egyptians socialized called for every financial body to be nationalized, beginning with the leading ones. Okay.
Beginning with what?
The leading ones.
The leading, okay.
Yeah. So moving to another field to be nationalized.
So what happened with the agricultural? So you talked about like industries, financial sectors.
Yeah, agriculture. I didn't talk about it, but I think he.
And with the provision of public goods and infrastructure, what did he do?
I think when he broke up the finance of the elites, I think that helped the agriculture, and as he contributes some finance to the farmers and so on.
Okay. Land distribution measures. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So one another important field that was nationalized was the newspaper, as the state controlled all the mass media without commenting on the value of the freedom of opinion. But there was a little room for the free press.
How can I relate this to our discussions on economic policies and
I
policy?
mentioned it as an action that the President Nasser did while nationalizing all the bodies.
Okay, so perhaps this monopoly or control over like media outlets enabled him more in order to get the message across or to control even the dissemination of these ideas. You wanted to say this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I meant that. Okay. Then
just in
then the new
3 seconds
strata of the middle.
In 3 seconds, can you just offer us like a brief of your answer?
Okay, there's something I didn't mention yet, that one of the remarkable points in the social and political land, which was the elites landlordism. As after the revolution of 1952, they were able to have more than 300 fedans and so on. And after the revolution, they couldn't do this. And the revolution brought 200, I guess, or something like that.
Okay. He applied this in a piecemeal fashion.
And
like
I mentioned also, yeah, and he applied it in the contents of decrees of nationalism of Nasser. It was like 8 contents.
8 what?
8 contents. I mentioned them in the paper, the 8 contents.
Okay.
Okay. And finally, I mentioned the opinion of Hassan al-Banna, the ex-teacher of the Brotherhood, as he sees that if the opinion and the of Islam applied, then the socialism will be perfectly applied in the social life.
I think it's off point. It's off context. Okay, you want to add something? Suhaila?
I can hear you.
There is an interruption. Okay. You finished your presentation, right? The summary I asked you to give.
Doctor.
Yeah?
Yes.
Who's talking?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Salma? Salma?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Salma.
Thank you.
Suhaila, please mute the voice. And Salma, turn on your camera.
الكاميرا موجودة؟ Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I wrote an introduction about Arab socialism in general, and in some different Arab countries like Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. Then I gave attention to Arab socialism as an ideological creature that appeared several years ago, and it was adopted by the Arab national movement that was made by Gamal Abdel Nasser as a road to communism. Then I give a brief idea about the state-led strategy as a general in different countries and why did it emerge also.
Why did it what?
And then I moved to the state-led strategy in Egypt.
Okay.
طلعت يعني all over the world after World War II. even يعني it appeared in Egypt because after the World Depression and World War II lead Egypt to state-led strategy, and the process of turning everything from the public sector to the private sector يعني was determined by two major events. The first one was the military complex on the area that will represent the Egyptian economy for a long period of time. And the second event was the converting to socialism. Then I give a background. Yeah, I wrote about the background, the situations in Egypt before the revolution and after the revolution of the three officers against King Farouk that was made by Gamal Abdel Nasser and his police. Then I focused more on the process of turning everything from the public sector to the private sector during this period.
Okay, can you give us some detail on this?
The revolution?
The measures actually, or the actual policies.
يعني معلش ممكن more elaboration?
More what?
مش فاهمة. يعني ممكن حضرتك تقولي تاني؟
You mentioned something about the transfer of assets, from private to public sector or public ownership, okay? So can you give us like some details on this, like more explanation?
Okay. Before the revolution, the private sector was holding most of the industries in Egypt, and it was represented by the British occupation and the king and his family. And the public sector was only responsible of providing only the essential services like water and electricity. So after the revolution, Gamal Abdel Nasser, by Arab socialism, he and his plans to make reforms in many fields like industrial field, agriculture field, economic field, and military field. He could apply the theory of state-led strategy in Egypt. He nationalized, يعني that process بقى of turning everything from the private sector to the public sector happened in different period of time. The first period of time was from 1950 till 1956. They focused more in this period on the new regime, and their concern was to widen the state investment and intervention in the state. And then the periods from 1957 till 1960, there were already more state intervention in the society, and it was an outcome of the nationalization which was made by Gamal Abdel Nasser to most of the things in the country, and the private enterprises. Then the period from 1961 till 1965. In 1961, Egypt, the state controlled most of the largest industries, all utilities, all banking, insurance, airlines. Then in the state-led strategy employed or generated 1 million new jobs in Egypt. From the period 1970 till 1980, the public sector continued to grow, and it provided about 1.2 million. It employed 1.2 million workers in Egypt.
So these are like more or less the implications for the social order, how he managed actually to establish or to meet, you know, these expectations about establishing more just social order. But applying, you know, this kind of ideational foundation of economic policies politically, economically, and administratively, how would you say in a couple or in 2 or 3 sentences? Like to give me a summary about the application of the theory to the topic. How did you apply?
يعني the theory?
Yeah.
The theory of state-led strategy?
The theory of what?
I first يعني state-led strategy development.
No, the ideational
or
the ideological force of formulating and implementing economic policies. Can you say, regardless of the paper, can you elaborate on this right now?
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Salma. So let's move to Hania Mohammed Ahmed Rafat.
Yes, doctor, I'm here. Can you please allow me to share my screen?
Okay, just bear with me.
And I open my camera. Can you see me?
No. Yeah, now it's okay. Okay, I'll make you a host, okay? Make co-host, okay.
Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start off with a brief introduction about Nasser. Nasser, having been born into a below-wealthy family in Alexandria to a father who was a postal worker from Beni More and the mother from Elminia, he had this growing discontent with people born into power and wealth that continued throughout his whole life. And this fact about Nasser sets the base for the majority of his economic policies, and I'll elaborate later on. He was the leader of the Free Officers' Revolution in 1952, and before he assumed presidency in 1956, he turned against Muhammad Naguib because he accused him of having an alliance with the Muslim Brotherhood. And not only did he force him to resign, but he also put him on house arrest. Nasser's pan-Arabism. The second thing which helped constitute Nasser's character was his ideas about pan-Arabism and Arab socialism. And these ideas revolve around 2 main ideas. One is uniting the Arab world, and 2 is freeing Palestine. And what made these ideas popular and plausible is the fact that Egyptians and Arabs tend to be interconnected in 2 ways. One is the fact that they share the same language and religion, and 2 is their aspirations towards building an economic and a political unity, and not just a cultural one. Then in 1962, Nasser's national charter was made public, in which highlighted the main ideas of nationalism.
Can you turn on the camera, please?
I'm turning it on, but I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
I think I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the 4th slide takes us to the failure of the unity. And for instance, the union between Syria and Egypt that took place in 1958 got disintegrated in 1961, lasting only for 2 years. And Egypt's defeat in 1967 served as the biggest blow to any Arab socialist idea. And after this defeat, or after this failure of unity, many sought the reasons for this failure. And Professor Sadiq Al-Azm believed that it could be attributed to the obsoleteness of Arab values. And Sir Alan Munro believed that it could be because of the difference between Egyptians and Arabs in general. Reflection of ideas. Here comes a theory which was highly valid and applicable to Nasser's case. Peter Hall highlighted that ideas have an autonomous power, and that when a certain idea makes it to the political sphere, it does not only shape the person that wields this idea, but it also has the capability to shape other elements and factors in the context. And the impact of an idea is dependent upon the relevance to the context and the interpretations made available of this idea. For instance, John Stewart highlighted that ideas, unless outward circumstances conspire with them, have in general no very rapid or immediate efficacy in human affairs. And also John Waterbury believed that the autonomy of political elites is does actually exist, and not every single thing or single decision they take is dictated by the world capitalist system. Moving on to Nasser's economic plan, I'll quickly touch on this part because it's extremely detailed. Waterbury explained that the process of development that takes place in a typical bureaucratic authoritarian regime or state begins with the first easy phase of ISI, which is import substituting industrialization. And this easy phase is characterized with political mobilization and with populism and with good welfare policies that aim at redistributing the national income. And when this easy phase is over with, a new phase is introduced, which is the process of deepening. And this phase brings about inflation problems and the containment of labor unions and the prevention of any possible upheaval. Waterbury also highlighted the need for an alliance of the technocrats and military with foreign investors and domestic entrepreneurs. And I'll shortly elaborate what technocrats are and why Nasser assigned them the role of bringing about the industrial revival. Waterbury also said that the failure of the second wave of accumulation was the result of the 1967 defeat. Moving on to Nasser's economic policies, Nasser employed what he referred to as the state technocrats or the state decision makers, whom he believed would bring about the industrial renaissance or revival. And he wanted these technocrats to stray as far as possible from politics, because he believed that as long as they stay unencumbered by the day-to-day demagogic politics, they'll be able to take decisions of patriotic attachment. And he also had a major distrust in the private sector bourgeoisie, because he believed that they would be the first to plan his overthrow. Moving on to Nasser's heavy industrialization plan, the High Dam was believed to help with this plan, and also, of course, his reliance upon the private sector to finance the majority of the projects that the Ministry of Industry by Ali Sidqi supervised. Moving on to the most important point, which is nationalization. Nasser nationalized in 1956, the Suez Canal, and in 1952, of course, he adopted the famous land reforms, which placed a ceiling upon individual holdings of 200 fathans. And later on, in 1960, when the country proceeded with its 5-year plan, it nationalized the Misr Bank and the Central Bank. And when it proceeded with the second year of the 5-year plan, it nationalized a lot of things, of which all banking insurance, all foreign trade, all strategic industries, all newspaper and publishing houses, all reclaimed land, all major construction companies, large infrastructure assets, major department stores, and the list goes on. Also, in order to be able to properly manage the nationalized assets, he formed the 3 public holding companies, which are Economic Organization, Misr Organization, and the Nasr Organization. And as a recap, I wanted to summarize the Nasser's era in general. And while Abdel Nasser might have truly had good intentions, and while he might have sought social equity and egalitarianism, his reckless behavior hindered these luminous ideas. For instance, he got Egypt involved in the Yemeni civil war that lasted for 5 years. The war itself lasted for 8 years, but Egypt's intervention lasted only for 5 years, from 1962 till 1967. And he had to squander billions of dollars and had over 15,000 Egyptian men killed because he was so obsessed with the idea of Arab empowerment and Arab socialism. And yes, this intervention in the Yemeni civil war took a toll on the Egyptian economy, and which in turn affected the Egyptian people themselves. Not to mention how this intervention influenced his ideas prior to the in the weeks prior to the war with Israel in 1967. And what else? Yes, the misconception of Nasser's economic advancement. Often when we talk about Nasser's era, people are quick to mention his economic advancement and all the factors he built and so on, but they forget to mention the fact that Egypt had already been economically advanced under Farouk's reign. and he didn't really add much. And when we come to critique a certain era, we have to weigh the accomplishments and the faults or the mistakes. And personally, I believe that during the Nasser's era, his faults and mistakes, of course, outweigh his accomplishments. And
okay, Hania.
I
Because
think
we exceeded the time. So
yes,
I have a couple of questions. Just to summarize,
can you see me?
how did no?
I'll stop sharing.
I'll stop sharing. Yeah.
Yes.
How did you apply Peter Hall's framework to Nasser's policies?
A framework? Do you mean how ideological preferences shaped his economic policies?
How the ideas got somehow kind of relevance within the context under Nasser? Can you explain?
Of course, all the nationalization acts taken during his era reflect his ideas about social equity and egalitarianism, and his frequent reliance upon the private sector also expressed his hostility and his discontent with those who have power, who are born into power and wealth. And he wanted to keep on relying upon the private sector to finance all the industrial projects. And of course, this reflects his ideas about social equity. And this is how his ideas are reflected on his economic policies. His ideas about social equity, Arab socialism, and so on. And that's what I meant.
Okay, and okay, it has like other dimensions, but anyhow, one quick point on the alliance of bureaucratic authoritarianism you hinted at from Waterbury readings.
Yes.
Is it applicable to Nasser? Did he really make an alliance with domestic and foreign enterprises or business people? You mentioned something about like
really
the
sure,
alliance
but concerning
domestic and foreign. You mentioned something about domestic and foreign investors, an alliance between.
Yes, it was in the readings, but now that you've mentioned it, I actually don't think that, according to what I know about Nasser, I don't think it was applicable because he had a major distrust in the private sector bourgeoisie and anyone who did not express decisions of patriotic attachment.
Okay, thanks, Hania. Rahma Alauddin.
Doctor?
Yeah?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your camera.
Oh, 1 second. Can you see me, doctor?
Yeah.
Hello? Everything fine? The sound and the picture?
Yeah.
Hi.
We are waiting for your presentation.
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Okay. The topic I chose was about political elites and the whole Nasser Arab socialism thing. The way I approached this topic, I wanted to divide it into elements and analyze each and every one and then sort of tie them together in order to have a better understanding of the full picture, I guess. So my term paper consisted of 5 main points. I will go over them briefly and give an overview, then explain further. First, I talked about political elites. I wanted to give a better understanding about them, where they gain their influence and power, is it wealth or authority, and have a better knowledge and understanding in general. Then I went into depth about their historical background, how it all started and when exactly. Then for the second part of my term paper, I talked about Nasser as a character and how he is considered a political elite, what characteristics enabled him to have this much influence on people. Then I went further about his ideologies, Nasserism, and how he applied his way of thinking while ruling. The fourth part was about Egypt under Nasser's ruling, especially economically, his policies and how he ruled. And the last part, I talked about Arab socialism, how it emerged and everything about it. Now I'll start explaining each point. I started with political elites. They are a bunch of prestigious and people who have influence over people. While trying to understand the source of this influence, I came across a term called social distinction. It's really important while discussing political elites because it sort of made them different from other classes and other people, and they had power and the ability to control. Then I talked about the historical background, and I figured it all started in the time of Greek society and ancient Rome. In the Greek society, they had a conflict. They were separated between free citizens and slaves, whereas in ancient Rome, they also had a source of separation, but it was quite different because it was more about social class, wealth, and heredity, more than the idea of slaves and freedom. So this where the idea of political elites emerged, and they had their power over people, which was different for other people. Then after finishing about political elites, I discussed Noether. I started with his early life and military service. Many people could question the relevancy of this for the subject, but for me, I wanted to explain how he became the character that was able to do this much influence in Egypt history. In his early life, he wasn't. His family wasn't.
Okay, you wrote it in your paper. Just focus on the question now. How did you answer this question? How the ideals about Arab socialism affected the formulation and the
it's
implementation
in
of
the other
economic policy?
part of the paper.
Yeah, you already wasted 4 minutes, so you have like 3 minutes to go.
Okay, so talking about the economic system in Egypt and Arab socialism.
Yeah.
Okay, in the 1960s, Nasser did some sort of economic transformation. He in the period of from 1960 to 1964, it was sort of the same time of the dissolution of the United Arab Republic, which was unifying Syria and Egypt. So this was around the time where Nasser reconsidered transforming the economic system in Egypt to the socialist form. He wanted to adopt some sort of socialism in the political system. So this is where he developed the 5-year plan. And he did some changes and policies I will now explain. He focused on industrial developments, especially in two industries, the food and textile. Then he found some obstacles he was facing, which was basically the lack of competitors, as well as the strict central planning of the industry, which led later to the lack, which led to quality control. After that, in continuous of his 5-year plan, in order for him to create necessary funds for the government expansion and plans, he sort of nationalized the economy in a way. All the banks, all the insurance companies, everything was basically Egyptian rather than foreigner like it used to be. This was in order to have the enough funds to help his development projects. As well as, but for some people, they didn't think that Nasser's plan was fully socialist in a way, William J. Cleveland, in exact, said it was more capitalism than socialism. But most of people think it was socialism. Do I still have time? I'm not sure.
It's 1 minute, less than.
So should I move to Arab socialism? I still have some policies.
Just sum up. Just summarize.
Summarize which part?
How to conclude what you said. If I ask you to conclude, what would you say?
About the part I discussed or the part I didn't?
About the answer, about answering the question.
The Arab socialism, I'm not sure. What do you want me to discuss exactly?
Yeah. Arab socialism and economic policies as a foundation of economic policy.
Okay, I was saying the economic policies, but I don't think I have time to continue. So I'm just gonna move to Arab socialism. Arab socialism emergence was due to...
Yeah, go ahead. But you have like half a minute, okay?
Okay, the emergence was due to the colonialism and corruption, and also the developed characteristics in Arab countries. They had many aims, like ending the colonialism, as well as unifying the Arab countries, and establishing pride and social justice. Nasser was one of the main political elites who led this emergence and Arab socialism in general. He was one of the people who imposed this socialist option, and it came in a time where liberation movements were mainly sweeping developing countries. So
okay, and politically, what enabled him? This is the context, okay, that made him So politically, how he implemented this?
How he implemented this,
the political device? Yeah, what was the political device that enabled him?
Well, his influence, as well as his interest in the case of Palestine, which led him to be more invested in the case of Arab socialism.
Okay, thanks, Rahma. Okay, let's have Angie Ahmed Ahmed.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Angie, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Your camera.
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll start talking about the ideologies that built the structure for the Arab socialism or Egypt socialism in specific. So first, I'll be talking about the nationalism. It appeared in the mid-19th century, and history identified this period of the era of the Arab Renaissance because the Arabs felt their crisis and they wanted to get rid of it and get out of it. So they put their efforts in several directions. So one of these important trends was the pan-Arab national trend, and it happened for two reasons: to solve actually the conflict between Muslims and Christians, and also Arabs used the nationalism as a tool to get rid of the Ottoman despotism. So actually also nationalism was not a coherent ideology at this time, but it succeeded in Egypt in the 1920s. It built a strong state. Sati' al-Husari, considered to be the theorist who actually took the nationalism or the Arabic nationalism from a political tendency into a modernist ideology for the Arab world. Also, we have Ba'athism, or the ideology of the socialist Ba'ath party. It mainly was seeking a single socialist Arab state, and it had the main three principles, which are unity and freedom and socialist. So unity was about that Arab world should be should unite and they should have all the control at their homeland, and they have to have the own world, the own word for the wealth of their homeland and other issues. يعني other Western countries shouldn't have any control on the Arab
taking
lands.
this to the actual policies, how these ideas helped him formulate and implement these policies.
Yes, I mean, Abdel Nasser did influenced by these ideologies, اللي هو nationalism and Baathism and also militarism and Arab socialism. He built a strong society. Actually, the Egyptian nationalism was the most realistic project of the nationalism projects, because it is the only one who actually did build a strong society and a strong identity.
How these were translated into economic policies?
Economic policies who Nasser's made?
Yeah.
Actually, the most
as a manifestation of these ideals.
Yes. So, Doctor, do you want me to talk about the developments that Nasser's did?
Yeah, this is the essence of the question. Come on.
Okay, so he did developments in the he did many developments in the agricultural approach. He made the agrarian reform. He was actually biased towards the peasants and the poor class, so he made the wage earners be the owners of their own lands. He freed them from the feudal lords. And also he made he provided Egyptian peoples with their needs from various kinds of crops, and also he made he initialized the Suez Canal Company, and he also built the High Dam, which actually protected Egypt from the danger of flooding, and because of it, about 2 million occurred the Bank of Egypt that fell for sometimes under the monopolies of Britain and America, but Nasser took it back for Egypt. Also, he made many factories such as iron and steel and car tires, aircrafts, missiles, and all that. Also, Nasser had some good relations with other Arabic countries. He helped them in some of their crises, such as Sudan. He helped them with the problem of Nile water, and he stood with Algeria in their revolution against the French colonialism. And also,
how should we conclude?
How should we conclude what the socialism of Abdel Nasser himself?
Guys, you're presenting your term papers that supposedly answered the question.
Yes,
as it's listed in the course outline. Okay.
I know. The answer should be the ideologies that influenced Abdel Nasser to do the develops he made, right?
Yeah. And supposedly you applied Peter Hall like analytical framework.
Yes.
To the Nasser's case.
The ideologies I mentioned weren't the one, Doctor?
Yeah, but you didn't like link it tightly.
I don't know. Actually, those are the ideologies I found with the readings and other searches I made.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Angie.
Was that enough?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, we still have, we finished, you know, this thematic topic. So we still have like 2 more topics. There are like, we have like 13 students. Yeah, I'm willing to run, I think, 1 more session. So it will be up to you to attend because I need to finish the presentations today. So let's have like 10-minute break, and then we can get back to the presentations. I'm not going to take attendance. So if you want to leave, just feel free. Okay? Guys,
Doctor, يعني the Syrian case we will do it today, right?
yeah, I'm going to finish Syria and Lebanon. We still have like 2 topics. Yeah, Syria and Lebanon. Okay,
Okay,
sectarianism and different repercussions. Okay.
Okay.
So let's have like a 10-minute break.
Oh, sorry, doctor, can I leave because I have something to do?
Doctor?
Yeah, Nihal?
Yes. I'm really sorry for interruption, but I have a problem with the mic, but I solved it.
What was your topic?
Nasserism with Arab socialism.
Okay, let me take like people working on Syria and Lebanon first, and then we will see, okay?
Yes, sure.
Okay, Noor Ahmed? Noor Ahmed Tahir?
Yes, Doctor, I'm here. Can you please make me a co-host so I can share my presentation?
Co-host? Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, Noor?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Noor, are you talking?
Yes, Doctor, just give me 1 minute. Can you see my screen now?
No. You see share screen? In the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you manage?
No, I'm still figuring it out.
Okay, so email me your presentation. I'll share the screen, okay? And let me have the next one.
Okay.
Okay. Malak?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, go ahead, Malak.
Everything is clear?
Yeah.
Okay. First, let me start by the question so people or my colleagues can know what I'm talking about. The Syrian question is, there is no inevitable link between ethnicity and violence. Explain how the security dilemma fomented the brutal civil war in Syria in the first 2 years after the eruption of the mass protests and before the intervention of regional and international forces. As an introduction to my presentation, first of all, I'll mention which theoretical approach I will be using in this case. Then I'll mention how fear and resentment were the reasons behind the chaos happening in Syria and all of actions that Bashar took that led to the eruption of the mass protests. In this part, I'll be talking about how citizens of Syria were just influenced by what's happening in the Arab Spring and how the protesters of Egypt and Tunisia succeeded in achieving their goals, removing their presidents and the ruling regime. And the Syrians wished Bashar will be the next. Then I'll mention how Bashar turned all of this into a war and played on the fear of the citizens and merged what's happening by ethnicity. Second, I'll mention the role of Alawites group and how they turned from minority group into a powerful and significant group in the Syrian army and how Bashar was so dependent on the Alawites group. Then I'll mention the security dilemma that happened in Syria and how a free Syrian army was formed by the opponents of Bashar. Third, I'll mention ISIS and their history till they showed up in Syria, and I will end my paper by talking about the regional and international forces that interfered in Syria and mention my expectations about the Syrian case and its future. But before digging in Syria's case and the civil war there and why we consider this civil war was caused because of security dilemma, not only ethnicity, I'd like to relate what we have studied about theories and Syria's case in order to understand this case fully and make it clearer. The theoretical approach that I will use in the Syrian case is the psychological approach. It's a branch of social psychology dictated to understand politics, politicians, and political behavior, but from a psychological perspective. It studies the foundations, dynamics, and outcomes of political behavior using two things, cognitive and social explanation. The fears and resentments of the Syrian citizens were the reason behind the protest that started in the beginning in Daraa. The protest had been triggered on 6 March by the torture of 15 students from prominent families, and they were arrested because of holding anti-government graffiti in Daraa cities. In my opinion, the protest that started in Daraa based on fear of the Syrian people and resentment of the people toward Bashar regime, starting by fear of many problems like unemployment, authoritarianism, government corruption, and finally the torture of children in one of Daraa's prisons, which led to minor protests and transformed into massive protests. In March, it has nothing to do with ethnicity. The protests spread all over Syria, as for example in Al-Qaisar, Hama, and Homs, and became center of anti-government civil protests, sometimes even escaping governmental control and becoming self-ruled area. The main demand of the protest was Karama and Hurriya. Then we will find that some protesters demanded the resign of Bashar. But the Syrian uprising was marked by the widespread use of religious spaces, symbols, and vocabulary by the protesters. In the demonstrations, political slogans demanding freedom, justice, or the end of Assad regime were combined with the chanting of Allahu Akbar, which expressed the shared religious vocabulary by the protesters. This is exactly what Bashar played on and started to raise the idea of ethnicity that led to violence. And from all his speeches, we will find that his main goal and target is to view for all the world that he was a courageous man protecting his country from terrorism. What will prove what I'm saying is Bashar in a rare one-on-one told NBC's Billy Neely in a response to that. Billy Neely told him that he is a brutal dictatorial president who killed a lot and have blood on his hand more than his father. Bashar replied saying that a doctor who made the surgery for his patient is not a brutal doctor. He's a doctor who is protecting his patient from dying. So Bashar referring for himself that he is a courageous president who is protecting his people from terrorism. So from Bashar's word, I can see, or I can understand that he is saying that all of the people are dead are not citizens who are asking for freedom or reform or democracy or better life. No, he considered them as terrorists who are trying to destroy Syria. Bashar is playing on that psychological part of the people. He's trying to build fear in their hearts by referring to anyone who's not supporting him as a terrorist who immediately should be killed. All the world see that Bashar is killing his people, and even Obama said that he will interfere if Bashar used chemical weapons on his people. In my point of view, ethnicity was not the main reason behind the violence that appeared in Syria. The Syrian citizens were only asking for freedom and for their rights, and to be better reform in their and to have better reform in their countries. And what can prove what I'm saying is that in some protesters, people were carrying messages that they are neither Sunnah nor Shia. And what they are asking for, as I said before, democracy, reform, because they were influenced by Egypt and Tunisia, has nothing to do with ethnicity. But what actually happened is that Bashar took them in the direction of the ethnicity and civil war. Then in this point, we have to focus on the Alawites group, who turned from a minority into an upper powerful hand in the major, most sensitive positions in the Syrian army, starting from President Hafez al-Assad presidential era. But for Bashar al-Assad, he was too much dependent on Alawites as to make sure that the Syrian army loyalty is for his regime and to prevent it from turning into a political tool against him. But since Alawites are minority Shia, people became more frustrated from Bashar and his regime, and this triggered the civil war. The hostility toward the Alawi community, to which the Assad family and a large part of the regime's inner core belong, and were considered as the army and main supporters of Bashar al-Assad, led to many problems like social divisions, sectarian, ethnic, and class were continuously manipulated through unequal policies of repression to shore up the regime and impose authoritarianism forms of governance over Syrian society. As an information, sectarianism is a process of constructing political, others along religious lines, which is unleashed and shaped by discourses and actions of specific actors who manage to mobilize religious fault lines toward political ends. By July 2011, Syrian rebels formed the FSA, which referred to the Free Syrian Army, and it was founded by officers of the Syrian Armed Forces, whose aim and goal is to bring down the government and regime of Bashar al-Assad. So here we can say that the civil war was not based on ethnicity as in Lebanon, but it's based on the security dilemma in Syria. In addition to the security dilemma that led to the civil war in Syria was a tense religious atmosphere in Syria, as most of Syrians are Sunni Muslims, while Syrian's government is dominated by members of Shia, as I said, the Alawite sect. And tensions between both groups, Sunni and Alawites, were a big problem in Syria, but not only Syria, in some of Middle East countries too. We will find that the Syrian government main supporters are...
Can you tell us what security dilemma is and how Bashar actually played into these kind of fears and hatred and resentment in order to turn it in.
Okay, can I complete my whole presentation? Then I'll answer all of these questions. Okay.
Okay.
Because I also have a conclusion.
Okay, you may
discuss
answer
it
the
more,
question. Okay.
Yes. We will find that the Syrian government's main supporters are Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and US, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are the supporters of many rebel groups who are the opponents of Bashar. So we have in Syria an internal conflict between Bashar and his regime and the rebel groups, and an international support for Bashar and others for his opponents. This ongoing conflict also encouraged terrorist organizations as ISIS to join in the cause and increase the tensions all over Syria. And these groups are mainly made from Sunni militants, and in my reaction paper, I talked more details about ISIS, how they started their history and their way of working. But as a brief, ISIS referred to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Due to the civil war in Syria, no government nor regime control anything or take care of the citizens.
You have half a minute. You already exceeded the allocated time.
Okay, a little bit, and I'll reach my conclusion. It will not take any time.
Half a minute.
But okay. That's no government take care or control anything or take care of the citizens and the country. That's why we find that millions of Syrians need humanitarian assistance such as food and medicine, and also you'll find a lot of refugees. As a conclusion, in the first 2 years after the eruption of the mass protests and the subsequent violent reaction, the protesters developed from simple protests into large-scale protests. Then they got out of control, paving the way to shape armed opposition movements and defections from the Syrian army, which gradually transformed the conflict from a civilian protesters into an armed rebellion and later a full-scale civil war, as we see. On the other hand, the West, and especially the United States and its Arab allies in the Gulf, have poured weapons into Syria. Enough weapons to destroy Syria, but not enough to overthrow the regime. So that's why the regime of Bashar completely...
Malak,
this means that... What?
There was an interruption. But
okay,
just continue on. Yeah,
okay.
Now it's okay.
This means that there were international and regional powers who wanted to prolong the conflict. The nature of the regime and the fact that some countries stood behind it, like Russia and Iran, for example, also played a huge role. There is also an opposition's failure to establish an organization or entity that can gain a wider popular base and be able to carry the goals of all the people to achieve the change. There is also a link between opposition and foreign agendas. In addition to that, the great power reluctance to change the structure of interest, political rule in Syria because of their strategic and economic, especially like Israel's security. They have benefits from this. As the end for the future of Syria in the near term, I think the current situation is based on the division of spheres of influence will continue, as we said, USA in the northeast, Turkey in the northwest, and Russia and Iran in the coast around Damascus.
Okay, Malak, just briefly, can you tell us how security, what security dilemma,
part of the security dilemma,
and how actually the mechanisms by which Bashar played into people's emotions in order to trigger fears and hatred and resentment in order to
About the part of the security dilemma, first of all, security dilemma is when every country is trying to prevent itself with more weapons. So they enter in a security dilemma part. In the Syrian case, the security dilemma is that we don't only have the official government or the official army is the only one who is provided by weapons, but also the opponents as the free army is provided by weapons. They provide themselves by weapons. Here appeared the security dilemma. There is no dominant controller like in our country, Egypt. We have the dominant controller is our army. In the Syrian case, it wasn't like this. There was a security dilemma between the groups.
The concept. Just explain it to your colleagues. The concept actually was coined in order to examine the relationship between states at critical moments, like state collapse, and from the IR we take the analysis in order to apply it to comparative politics. So here, ethnicities as if like states interacting with each other. Okay, so how the dilemma actually emanated, where actually it emanated from, and the source of this problem, the security issue. What was the source?
The source of this problem is that people at the beginning, they weren't, they had nothing to do with ethnicity. They were only influenced by what's happening in Egypt and Tunisia, and they wanted to have more democracy, and they wanted the resign of Bashar al-Assad regime. But Bashar al-Assad intended to play on the ethnicity part, as to say that because of the conflict between Sunni and Shia, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Someone
I
is sharing
think,
a screen.
yeah, Noor, shared her screen, but don't worry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and that he played on the ethnicity part, that he's trying to take all the concentration that they are not normal protesters. No, they are Sunni, Shia, they are minority Christians, and they are all in a conflict. That's why the security dilemma appeared, because they felt like Bashar al-Assad is trying to control everything. And for the part that you asked, how he, what the mechanisms he used, for example, مثلا, Bashar was using his men as to go and kill all his opponents. He sent his men for the places people are getting ready for facing Bashar. He sent his men to destroy all of this. So he was always using the key of fear, playing on the fear of the people, and that he will never listen for them.
Who are these people who played
the
into
opponents of Bashar?
Okay.
And for because of this, because Bashar didn't give the people any space to say their opinions, Obama even advised him that Bashar should give them the space to just talk about themselves, to say that they need some democracy, some reform in some, there's some problem that need to be solved in the near era.
And how he created resentment in society.
He created resentment by everything that he wants is going to happen. He will not hear for anyone. He will not take opinions from anyone. Only what he sees is right. He is the courage man who's protecting his country from terrorists. But anyone who's speaking, anyone who's trying to go in protesters is a terrorist who's trying to destroy Syria. That's why he created the resentment inside the citizens of Syria. They hated this regime.
Okay, thanks, Malak. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, let's have...
I'm ready, doctor.
Noor? Who?
Yes, Noor. Can you see
Noor,
my
right? Yeah.
Okay.
Noor, I cannot see your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see the screen. I don't see the PowerPoint presentation.
Here it is.
Yeah, here we go.
So, okay. The theory that my term paper revolves around is ethnicities and violence. Is there a link between them or not? And the case I'm applying this theory for is obviously Syria. So I start off by defining the concept of ethnicity, which I will be using. And so I define ethnicity as a term that differentiates between people based on their color, language, or religion. So an ethnic group is basically a group of people with common origin or a common sense of unity. And now I apply what I mean by ethnicity to my case, which is Syria, as I have said. I explained that
and these
Syria
are the attributes that would qualify them to be like a member in a specific ethnic group, like race, religion, language?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
Syria is a multi-ethnic country that consists of a number of ethnic groups, and they are mainly based on religion or religion sects. Okay. So first, Syria, the Sunni Muslim Arabs as the largest ethnic religious group, and they make up about 65 to 70% of the population. And so they represent the majority of the people. And then the second largest ethnic religious group is Shia Islam. And they make up about 12% of the population. They are mainly Alawites, and they both support and represent the government. As for the Kurds, they are somewhere between 7 to 10% of the population, and they are mainly Sunni Muslims, but they do not identify with the normal Sunni Muslim Arab category. Then we have the Assyrians, and they are actually Christians who make up about 4% of the population. And also they do suffer from discrimination from radical Islamist parties. Okay. Then also the Druze, whom are adherents of Shia Islam, they make up about 3% of the population. And lastly, we have the Syrian Turkmen, whom are technically Turks, but they have been living in Syria since 11th century. And they make up just about 1% of the population. Then I move on to explain the mass protests that took place in Syria in 2011. They were part of the Arab Spring revolutions that took place in Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya as well. While at first they were non-violent demonstrations against the Shia Islam regime, which was represented by Bashar al-Assad. The majority of people felt oppressed and unrepresented by this government. So there were scenes of civil disobedience, self-immolation from people frustrated with the Assad government. And the main demands of the protests were liberty, dignity, and equality. And most importantly, the end of the Assad regime. But like the government responded brutally and things got worse when they arrested 15 students between the ages of 10 and 15 because they only wrote the slogan of the Tunisian revolution on the wall of their schools. And this could be considered like the spark that led to the ignition of the rebellion and conflict between like most of the population on one side and the government with its supporters on one side. There were more gunpowder, daily more gunpowder and more violence, more brutality, and there were no more peaceful demonstrations. Like one thing led to another, then we found great international intervention in the Syrian battlefield. And of course, as we said, like Alawites were the bulk of the supporters of the regime with the help of Russia and China. While on the other hand, USA was the main supporter of the insurgency forces and the Free Syrian Army, along with also other countries like Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Iran. They also supported and funded the rebellions. And we had also the Lebanese Hezbollah militia.
Sorry, Noor, can you just, you have like less than 3 minutes. Can you tell us what's your theoretical framework and how did you apply this to the topic?
Like, I mean, there were daily massacres and daily conflicts and killings of innocent Syrians. And this fast escalation that took place in Syria can be explained by a political phenomenon, the security dilemma. This dilemma basically explains the greatly violent response of the government as an insecure reaction to feeling extremely threatened by any strategic changes taking place on the opposite side.
Yeah, because of the composition, the ethnic composition you talked about in the beginning.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like one of the main reasons of the fall into the Syrian civil war is the communal insecurity of the oppressing regime that led to an increasing violence and the higher death toll, mainly to the misperception of any movement carried out by the demonstrators. And also the collapse of the Syrian sovereignty over some of its territories fed this security dilemma even more, like where the government started selling weapons to Alawites villages and militias in order to ensure their safety and protection by releasing these militias in the initial stages of the revolution, leading to a massacre where a lot of innocent demonstrators were killed, including women and children. So like actually the security dilemma crushed any chance to make strides along the lines of the initial oppositions.
And how actually the regime actually fomented this and fed into this? What did the regime do? The political elites had to do something.
Yes,
in order to materialize.
They released their security forces against the demonstrators by a way to secure their position was with force and was with violence. And actually the international actors admitting that this was a civil war, like kind of liberated the government's violence against the demonstrators using deadly weapons, as they are like sure that actual international intervention won't happen anytime sooner. And this was reflected in the set of acts the government executed, starting with the bombing of Homs and then followed by like great military attacks on the poorly armed demonstrators using helicopters, gunship, jet fighters, nuclear weapons, and like barrel bombs. So,
but focusing on the first year and a half,
yeah,
what did Bashar do?
As I've said,
basically, yeah,
he tried to secure his position using brutality and using his security forces and his weapons with the help of Russia and China to like secure his position.
How did he use this ethnicity card?
I can't understand actually.
How did he use ethnicity in order to to feed into, you know, this dilemma, or to legitimize, you know, this excessive use of force and brutality?
He claimed to be like the government that protects the minorities, while actually he is the minority. He and his followers and supporters are the minorities. That's it. Like,
to legitimize this military strategy.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
To wrap it up, the ethnicities was the reason behind the violence in Syria and the civil war that's still taking place till this day. Because as I said, when minorities felt threatened, they experienced a security dilemma that like transformed a non-violent demonstration into a bloody civil war, like that actually ruined Syria till now.
Okay, thanks Noor. Hala Wael. Hala's not here. Okay.
Sick doctor, and
she's here.
Will,
okay.
No, she's sick. I told you that she will record it for you.
Sure. I don't see her. So let me take Ruqayya. Ruqayya Hamid. She's here. Yeah.
رؤية حامد.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. ثانية بس أفتح الكاميرا. Yes, doctor. ثواني أفتح. Okay. في الترم paper بتاعتي we are talking here about the meaning of the ethnic and sectarian parties. ده في الأول يعني اللي أنا أقوله. إنه ال ethnic or sectarian party is a party that relies on in its popular mobilization on a specific race or sect by adopting their cause and pursues a natural يعني neutral position of the rest of the sects يعني. بالنسبة اللي حضرتك قلت لنا اللي هي patronage democracy.
So you worked on Lebanon, right?
What?
Your topic on Lebanon?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So we are moving to. So tell them the question.
أقرأ لحضرتك?
To your colleagues. I know the question.
Okay. تمام. دقيقة واحدة عشان أنا مش فاتحة الفيديو. سوري يا دكتور بس أنا ما كنتش فاتحة يعني دقيقة واحدة.
Okay, so we are focusing on how
only consider the theme of voting and electoral behavior and explain how patronage politics and patronage networks activate ethnicity in Lebanon.
Okay.
هو ده يعني كان السؤال. Okay. فأنا يعني we talked about the meaning of ethnic or sectarian parties وهنا هنتكلم بقى عن ال patronage democracy دي. Social movements were not equal among members of society. Rather, it was subjected to several considerations related to the electoral movements and the sectarian considerations. Some sectarian parties preferred to allocate their social welfare resources to the out-group members. وعندنا يعني example على الموضوع ده اللي هو ال Future Party Movement ده example يعني وفي movements تانية targeted both out groups member and the marginal يعني لا هي ال Future دي targeted both out group members and the marginal supporters with the social benefits more than the other sectarian parties.
And this is related to what sect or what kind of ethnicity Future Movement is affiliated to?
اللي هي السنة.
Okay.
By providing their services in the Sunni and by adding the other regions such as يعني عندنا مثلا كرم الزيتون ده تبع حي الأشرفية in the east of Lebanon. هو حي يعني الميجر بتاعته Christians بس لأن هم بيهتموا بالout group members هم اهتموا برضو بان هم يعملوا لهم السوشيال سيرفيسز دي. On the other hand عندنا two main Shia parties اللي هم الأمل movement وحزب الله, which prefer to focus their social programs on the in-group members by providing the social services في مناطق زي جزن in the south or in the south of Lebanon or بعلبك in بقاع. Similarly, Christian parties which preferred to direct benefits entirely to group members. We can notice that the relation between the rational choice theory and the behavior between all political parties. Even the people in Lebanon, the behavior of the political parties, even we disagree with it, هو في النهاية rational, because it is logical that every party in Lebanon trying to strengthen his relationship with the people of his community, يعني of his religion, of his sect, يعني كده. السنة هيهتم بأن هو يقوي علاقته بالطائفة السنية والشيعة كذلك.
But why?
نعم.
Why? Why it's rational?
هقول
Focus
لحضرتك.
on in-group members.
Because this guarantees him a wide mass of votes in the elections.
Yeah, so you're focusing on the behavior of political parties.
Exactly.
To maximize votes.
Okay, this is his goal from first. يعني as for the politicians' choice to expand their circles by extending aid to include other sects. ده اللي بتعمله future movement. يعني because it helps them to gain the confidence of the other different people. The future movement also يعني like to aid the other sects. يعني ممكن ان هي تعمل مثلا مستشفى في in the south of Lebanon وده الميجر بتاعته شيعة, بس بحيث ان هي تجين يعني more votes. On the other hand احنا هنا ممكن نتكلم عن citizens كمان.
But if they did,
yes.
What would happen if they did otherwise? If they transfer, some social services to out-group members?
ما هو ده اللي بتعمله الفيوتشر موفمنت يا دكتور. الفيوتشر موفمنت prefer زي ما قلت لحضرتك يعني to aid the out group members.
Yeah, I mean, how can I apply rational choice as your theoretical framework to both of them?
Yes, it also guarantees them a wider mass of votes. وهو ده اللي حصل انه دلوقتي future movement يعني البرايم مينستر of Lebanon from the future movement. لو هنتكلم كمان على ال citizens choice of يعني هما to choose the candidates from among their sects, religion and ethnicity is a purely rational choice. يعني for psychological reasons man tend to يعني to choose who is similar in nature to him or in religion يعني because he believes that يعني he will make his voice heard and as a citizens of a specific religion and make his word above the words of the other religions يعني. And what?
رقية, but here you apply still rational choice?
Yes, إن هو يعني ده فعلا هيخلي إن هو صوته يكون مسموع أكتر من the other sects يعني.
He's making use of some services.
What?
We are talking about, private goods or like how political parties would channel social services. It's not about, democratic, voting.
أنا هقول لحضرتك يعني ده لسه أنا جاي أقول لحضرتك إن reinforces this choice is that the parties from among these sects provide the members of their sects with social assistance and services and make life easier for them because as it is known يعني the economic conditions in Lebanon are the worst, especially after the war. Citizens need these aids and preferably if it was from the members of their sects without adopt يعني they will support them.
So they are trying to maximize their utility by improving on their economic well-being and livelihood.
This is what you mean. I noticed that all the sects try to do that. يعني Christian parties, the Shia, Sunni, all of them try to do that. All of them are using the same methods. يعني أنا لسه جاي أقول لحضرتك إنه in the end we can conclude that with different ideologies the goal of the political sectarian party is one, and that is to control the political positions. Different parties use the same methods to reach this goal. وهي نفس الميثودز هي which is to provide social assistance. It is considered as it's considered a good thing بس في حالة إنه يبقى في continuity and access to all the members of the society without racial or sectarian discrimination. بس ده في الحقيقة ما بيحصلش يعني. The parties exploit their needs of the Lebanese people and the poverty in order to achieve their political goals بس مش أكتر, without considering the conditions of the people, as we mentioned, that these representatives and the politicians uses these needs and provide them only during the election period. يعني in order to collect زي ما قلت لحضرتك the largest number of votes.
Okay.
And
Do you want to
here
add something?
What?
Do you want to add something?
أنا ولا حضرتك؟
You.
هو كان فاضل حتة بس يعني I think إن الأيديا وصلت لحضرتك يعني فتمام. Okay, thank you دكتور. في حضرتك عندك أي سؤال أو حاجة أو أي حد من المجموعة؟
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
آية عماد؟
Yes.
آية؟ Okay.
Can we start? Okay. I'll talk about Lebanon case, okay?
Yeah.
So the political system in Lebanon usually is not يعني instability, and it's different from any other country. That's because the sectarian division between different sectors, because Lebanon includes a lot of sectors. It's about 18 sectarian group. So the power is shared between these sects. Sectarian division started from France occupation after the France occupation in 1943, and this eventually lead to that the three main positions in the country, which is the president should be an Maronite Christian, and the prime minister is Sunni Muslim, and the president of parliament should be the Shia. Okay. Ethnic groups usually يعني be wanted to choose the parties and the politicians that could have the ability to represent their ideas and their beliefs and respond to their all social needs. So the voting in Lebanon based on political patronage and clientelism. So political patronage means that the support and the privilege the organization give to the people to take electoral support from them. So this privilege is like welfare program in terms of education, healthcare, and food and something like this. يعني state resources, okay. It's like vote buying. So according the next point is historical evolution of sectarian groups. I categorized them into three categories. The first category after the independence of from Ottoman Empire and France occupation in 1943. So the politician and the president Fouad Chehab started to move on and build an institution to rebuild the infrastructure of the country and the healthcare of the country. But this didn't remain long, because sectarian groups started to try to get the power of the country and to have the upper hand. So after they want to have the upper hand, a lot of conflicts happened between them. This lead us to the second phase, which is the civil war that started in 1975 till 1990. That collapsed all the social institutions of the country. This made the country so weak. Because of the weakness of the country, religious institution dominated the power of the country. During the civil war, ethnic parties formed like Hezbollah, Amal movement, Lebanese forces. Civil war started to end in 1989 when Saudi Arabia interfered to solve the problem between sectarian groups, and the sectarian groups signed and negotiated the Taif agreement in Saudi Arabia, with the main term of this agreement that they should perform an parliament that equally divided between Muslims and the Christians and their sects. Okay, sorry. Okay, but according the political parties, I categorized them also in three categories. The first category, Shia parties, like the Amal movement and Hezbollah. They established different social welfare programs to help and to serve the Shia people who get hurt from the civil war or even after the civil war. Okay. Then the second category, which is the Sunnah party, like future movement that founded by Saad al-Hariri, where they developed and applied the social welfare programs of Rafiq al-Hariri. The last category, which is the Christian parties. The Christian parties, they like Al-Kataib, Lebanese forces, Free Patriotic Movement. Okay, they also help the Christians and serve the Christians only. Okay, they give people scholarship because they couldn't educate their children, because they couldn't pay the fees of the of schools, and also they established for them welfare programs. Okay, after this,
yeah. What's your theoretical framework, and how did you apply to this case?
Okay,
to answer the question. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because you still have like 2 minutes and a half.
Okay. Well, everything's still the same till 2005 when Al-Hariri get assassinated, and so Lebanese people divided into two groups. The first group believed that Hezbollah and Syria were the cause of Al-Hariri death. Okay, and the second group didn't think this. And in 2006, there is a war between Hezbollah and Israel. Hezbollah won this war. After they won this war, they dominate the power in the country, and Hassan Nasrallah admit that Iran had the main supporter of Hezbollah. Okay, which is related by rational theory, and all people wanted to choose the party that represented their ideas and represented them. Okay, represented their beliefs in general. Okay, and could respond for
their ideas or needs. What did you say?
الاثنين أنا قلت
okay, yeah.
As well, in the parties they wanted to get the power, so they seek to respond to the people, the social needs for the people, by establish welfare programs for them. It's like exchange goods and service for political support.
So I mean, both sides will make benefits out of this exchange.
Yes.
Right? Political parties would maximize, would get like votes,
yes,
and voters would get some material benefits and social services, right? But I'm still like, how they feel like belonging and to cast a vote for political party that would represent, the ideas that are like much closer to theirs. How I can apply rational choice to this? To me, it's more like, sociological or cultural thing.
Yeah, how
like people would feel like to develop like sense of belonging if you cast a vote, based on your ideas or sense of belonging, or culturally there's kind of cultural affinity between you and this political party. So what's rational about this?
Okay, هو usually أصلا people هم اللي بيختاروا leaders والpoliticians اللي بيpresent them.
Okay.
Okay, فهم بيختاروا see the people who are able to represent them and are able to respond also to their social needs.
You mean like to campaign on political platform to respond to the needs, but in our case it's kind of in-group members.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You want to add something?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hannah Wael?
Dr. Hannah told you she had a doctor.
Yeah, Hannah, yeah, okay. Abdullah Muhammad Abdul Ati. Okay. Muhammad Ashraf Muhammad. سلمى سلمى حامد عوض تاج الدين. سلمى, yeah. No, I can't hear you. There is a problem with the connection. Salma, can you disconnect? Yeah, disconnect and rejoin, okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Rawan Khalid?
Yes, doctor.
Rawan, yeah, okay. Go ahead, Rawan.
Wait a minute, I'm just going. So first, I'm going to give a brief background on Lebanon's political system. So Lebanon has a power-sharing political system, which is a system of governance in which all major segments of society are provided a permanent share of power. This system has been blamed for the political instability, recurring conflicts, sectarian division, and foreign intervention in Lebanon. As a result, Lebanon today is an example of a confessional divided state where growing sectarian identity has triggered inter-community mistrust. I discussed 4 points in my paper, which are ethnicity in Lebanon, sectarianism, clientelism, and patronage, and I'm going to sum them up. So since the country, since Lebanon encompasses a great mix of religious, cultural, and ethnic groups, ethnicity became a key element of the politics in Lebanon. So in which the political and institutional structure is built on. So ethnic divisions are shown to make it easier for the patron or the political party to target his co-ethnics in order to provide public goods and to create this ethnic identity that became more easily the driving force of the electoral behavior. These ethnic groups expect their ethnic political parties to provide them with jobs, education, health, and even if they are reluctant to choose a particular political party, they would do so to achieve these benefits or interests, and even out of the fear of other groups or to be persecuted or threatened by them. Here comes the theoretical framework, and we will see how the ethnic voting is.
Is there any other threatening source other than violence from other groups or the outsiders?
Maybe they would choose that because the state would not provide these goods as a right. It's not a right provided by the state, so they consider it a privilege. So they would choose this party for that reason.
Yeah, and if they didn't choose, what would happen?
They want to they will the other parties will win, and then they will not have a say in politics or in the political part. They won't have a political participation.
Any other reason for this?
No.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So the theoretical, here we have the theoretical framework. Give me a second. So here when we talk about the theoretical framework, and I'm applying here the rational choice. So the ethnic voter is the ethnic voting is explained as an act driven by clientelist aspirations and patronage practices. The clientelist parties ensure benefits for voters who offer them their political support. And in these ethnically divided societies, ethnic belonging is considered an important factor. So here we have also the psychological part of this theory. And vote intentions and vote choices become interest dependent, and in order to achieve like the best or like the right that they should have from the state. At the end, like clientelism and favoritism go hand in hand, plus the patronage. And when these ethnic divisions are salient or predominant in the society, and here in the example of Lebanon. Political patronage, therefore, shapes voting behavior in ethnically divided societies where such circumstances are prevalent. And these electoral advantages of ethnic parties to be exchanged for patronage gains. In this context, voters are shown to evaluate parties based on ethnic voting or patronage perspective, rather than trying to evaluate their achievements or performance in politics in general.
Doesn't this contradict with the statement you made in the beginning, that when I asked you about if there are or there existed, you know, any other threatening source, when you told me like the ethnic party wouldn't have any kind of representation in the like representative agencies, so they didn't have a voice, you know?
I mean, they would have a voice, like if they are reluctant, if this like political party is not the best performer, they would still choose him because of their ethnic identity and out of the fear of other groups.
But you applied rational choice, so how can relate ethnic identity to rational choice?
My point here is like the rationale behind this, that even like they would first of all, they would choose this party because of the rights or the public goods provided by this party. If they are not reluctant to do so, like they hate this party, they would still choose him because of the fear of other parties, and they would take place, and they weren't be presented enough as an ethnic group or like maybe a minority.
Okay, you want to add something?
Yes, I mentioned a couple of parties, which is the Amal movement and Hezbollah as a Shia party. I also mentioned the Future movement as the Sunni, and lastly, the Lebanese force as the Christian party.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roman. Salma?
Yes, doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna share the screen, so can you please allow me to?
Okay, I'll make you a co-host.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. So my topic is about patronage, sectarianism, and ethnicity activation in Lebanon. I'm gonna use rational choice institutionalism as my framework, but first I'm gonna start with an introduction. Okay, so I started my paper with a bunch of definitions. I first defined patronage or political clientelism, and it's the mutually beneficial relationship between a patron, who here is going to be the political parties, where they provide social benefits or public goods, public or private goods. Actually, we're gonna discuss this at state patronage, but they provide goods in exchange for the support of voters who here act as a client. Usually the client is are citizens who have low socioeconomic status. As for state patronage, it has this. It's the same thing, except it uses state resources or public goods. As for a patronage democracy, I use democracy here in the minimal sense. So it means a democracy, a state where people can choose their representatives through elections. But also, it also sort of here the patronage democracy also means that the elected officials sort of have the power to distribute the state resources on an individualized basis. So they sort of use their power to in implementation of state policy to their advantage by particularistic distribution of public goods. Then briefly, I also define a sectarian party using Melanie Kamet's definition, which is basically a political party that uses sectarian imagery and targets or is compromised of a specific sect or primarily one sect. Okay, then I define the confessionalism as a system of power sharing where power is divided along sectarian lines or religious lines. Then I go into some background, a brief history of Lebanon and sects. And as we all know, Lebanon is one of the most ethnically diverse or ethno-religiously diverse states in the Middle East. It has 18 official sectarian communities. The most important ones are the Christian Maronites and Muslim Sunnis and Muslim Shiites. Then I also go into a brief history of confessionalism in Lebanon, which in modern Lebanon. So it starts after the independence of Lebanon from the French Mandate, and the most important parts of confessionalism in modern Lebanon history is the National Pact, though it's not really, it was an informal agreement which acted as a basis for the Ta'if Agreement, which was sort of the codification of confessionalism in Lebanon after the civil war. It's important to note that this codification of confessionalism basically allocated powers to the three main sects. So it gave the position of president to the Christian Maronites, the prime minister position to the Muslim Sunnis, and the parliament speaker to the Shiites. It also divided parliament equally between the Muslim sects and the Christian sects. As for the electoral system, the district level seats are distributed through previously established formulas according to religious sectarian identities on the voters' official personal identity cards. And I also go through a brief history of patronage, but I don't want to stick here a lot, so I'm just gonna I don't want to waste time. So I'll go to sectarian patronage and to the case in Lebanon right now. Okay, so the breakdown of state social welfare after the civil war caused a low trust in official bureaucratic channels, and it also allowed for the sectarian parties, which were previously militias, to expand their welfare programs in lieu of the public state welfare. So the party leaders, who were also public office holders, would control this informal channel to services, which is patronage. And supporters were likely to be of the same sects, and they would not be able to access these benefits otherwise, unless they take part in this patronage relationship. And parties differentiate between
how Salma, how they would be excluded, how they wouldn't make any kind of benefits out of these social services if they didn't cast a ballot for these political parties.
I'm gonna explain later, but briefly, and because the state cannot provide the goods and services due to because public office holders only choose to give their benefits if the voters put the ballot. Okay.
Okay. Continue.
So I present my argument using rational choice institutionalism as my framework. So my argument is that patronage is an activator of ethno-religiosity or sectarian identity through the distribution or particularistic distribution of public goods. So how does that go? So I argue that the clientelist relationship between the party and the citizen is inherently sectarian and confessional in nature because it reproduces sectarian politics and manifests sectarian identity. Again, how? So I provide justification through Melanie Kamet's work And she proves that high level of political activeness in political parties leads to higher access to social welfare and benefits. And to access these social welfare benefits, they have high levels of sectarian solidarity and identity. So voters would basically have to adopt the sectarian ideals and the identity of the patron party. They have to prove themselves as hardcore supporters, to be fully immersed into the party activities, just basically to gain access to the benefits and social services and to be accepted into this network of patronage. So I present patronage as an essential substitute to the public welfare as an informal institution. And I argue that the sectarian parties are rational and they employ strategic calculations in order to implement different strategies when deciding upon how to distribute the public goods and their benefits upon clients or the voters. I also argue that voters are rational, who, in the absence of state welfare, would have to form this patronage relationship, because as beneficiaries and in need of highly valued goods, this sort of provides a safety net for them, which they need. So this would establish patronage as the rational, mutually beneficial option for both the voters and the leaders, through the particularistic, though it does manifest sectarian identity through this distribution of benefits. I can continue, right?
1 minute, Salma.
Okay, so as for the sectarian parties, I present how they employ their strategies of distributing their goods. I first discussed the Muslim parties, mainly the Sunni Future Movement, which is tied to the Hariri family and their social foundation, and the Hezbollah and Amal movement. The Muslim parties usually do not suffer in-group competition, especially with the Sunnis, because there's only one major Sunni party in comparison to the Shiites, which are two. And their strategies focuses on core supporters when distributing social benefits. So this could perpetuate the sectarian identity, but some of them, mainly the Future Party, extend to outgroup outgroup citizens. Again, it has no direct opposition, so the Future Movement Party has more freedom in pursuing non-Muslim votes, non-Sunni votes. The most interesting thing about the Future Movement is when employing its electoral calculations, it could sometimes provide benefits in a non-Sunni area over a Sunni area if it feels like this area is more important and it can seriously contest elections in it, as opposed to what might be a Sunni area, but they cannot contest elections. So this is rationally explained through the rational calculations. Recently, however, as they shifted towards favoring supporters again because of an increased dislike of the Future Movement and its leader Al-Hariri, they are also accused of vote buying as opposed to long-term patronage, which sort of de-incentivizes voters to vote for them. Then I move on to Hezbollah and the Shias. Both Hezbollah and Amal movement sort of share the same thing. They openly prefer in-group supporters, and their strategies sort of target the main and hardcore supporters. In the case of Hezbollah, usually militia fighters and the family of martyrs. Yeah, and it favors in-group areas. Sorry, I know I'm taking too long. I'm sorry.
Okay, just calm down. I'll give you like a couple of minutes. Yeah, okay, just calm down to finish it off.
Okay, thank you, Anas. Okay.
Yeah. Just don't panic, please. Yeah.
Anas.
No.
Okay. So the Amal movement officials, which are the second Shia party, also acknowledge openly that they are a patronage party, which uses public resources as its currency to reward supporters and members. They also, like Hezbollah, only support core supporters and martyrs. This is also because of the in-group competition between them and Hezbollah. They also openly use their power through state institutions and control public offices, which funnels their state patronage. They were also accused of replicating the clientelist practices of the old landed elites back in early modern Lebanon. And through this patronage and distribution of services, this is the only way that the Amal movement maintains or generates its capacity for political mobilization. As for the Christian parties, there are three main Christian parties: the Lebanese Forces, Kataib, and the Free Patriotic Movement. There is more in-group or competition between the Christian parties because of their higher numbers, and their strategies are usually employed by this rivalry. So there's a sort of ethnic outbidding dynamics, because the Lebanese, each party wants to prove themselves as the true representative of the Lebanese Christian community. So they focus on party members or in-group members, which Christian members. Again, it's sort of out-Christianizing other parties, like being the true representatives and being the most trustworthy defenders of the Christian community. So they favor their core supporters and their loyalists. They might, however, extend certain benefits to broader circles if it helps them gain more votes. Then finally, I present Lebanese voters as rational clients. So they're rational individuals who would seek to meet their needs in the absence of a state. So they weigh their options, in the absence of state welfare. So they weigh their options, then they calculate the benefits of supporting any political party. So they will usually gravitate towards the patron sectarian party, who would provide for their needs and facilitate their access to the benefits. However, to access such benefits, they have to adopt the sectarian identity to gain it. They have to prove themselves as core supporters, and this sort of also increases their sense of sectarian identity. However, it's important to note that as rational clients, they would switch from one party to another if they feel like this other party is more swift or in meeting their needs and requests. For example, the FPM has been noted to be swift in providing medical assistance to out-of-party citizens, which caused a lot of voters to switch their vote and support the FPM. Again, note that because they are rational, the clients will not vote for a sectarian party if they feel that they're not getting the benefits that they were promised, or if they're being discriminated against in terms of access to the services, despite being a supporter. So this brings us to the dilemma of core versus non-core supporters, because it's been proven, especially in the case of Hezbollah and Amal movement, that there's a differentiation between very hardcore supporters or non-core supporters who do vote for the party, but do not prove themselves in demonstrations, sit-ins, or militia activity. They would also not vote for a party if they feel they're not capable of winning elections or sustaining their power, which is what drives or directs the public welfare services or the benefits to them. So this would be in spite of any sectarian preference, because they're rational. Finally, I come to my conclusion. I'm so sorry I took so long, but I restate my argument that patronage as an informal institution in Lebanon perpetuates ethnicity or sectarianism by increasing the sectarian identity because of the exclusive or distribution of public goods and welfare services and benefits.
Okay, thank you, Salma, so much. Thank you so much.
Sorry I took so long, but thank you. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Yeah, we did. Can you stop sharing the screen?
Yes.
Who's next? I think Heidi.
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
You have to. Okay.
I need to share the screen as well.
Okay, Salma, you have an option like stop sharing. Okay. Heidi, I'll make you just bear with me. Okay.
I'm already sharing the screen.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon. Today my topic is
Heidi, please stick to the 7 minutes, okay?
How patronage politics and clientelist networks perpetuate ethnicity, considering the theme of voting, and concentrating on the case study of Lebanon and using the framework of the rational theory. First, I extracted some terms from the question, which to be able to have a grasp or an understanding of the topic. First, ethnicity is a grouping of people based on their race or their religion or their language. In this case, we're focusing on the religion. Moving to patronage, it's a strategy where politicians use services or offering services as a way of buying votes. And clientelism is more or less the same thing, and we can tell from the term client, it's more of a relationship between a client and a vendor more than it's a political supporter and a political party. Now, going in depth on the topic of Lebanon, we're gonna talk about the political structure in Lebanon, which is set to the National Pact or Al-Mithaq al-Watan. The post of president and some other governmental positions are given to Christian Maronites, while the prime minister is given to a Muslim Sunni and the speaker of the parliament is given to a Muslim Shia. This was set after the post-independence of Lebanon. Here we can conclude that the three main ethnicities present in Lebanon are the Muslim Sunni and Muslim Shia and the Christian Maronite. And you can see here in this in figure number 1 in the graph, they're pretty much in the same proportion. And proportionally, the dominant parties are also of the same three ethnicities. The first one is the Sunni party, the Future Movement. The Future Movement likes to perceive itself as, or perceive its social welfare programs as charity or social services, but its strategies are indeed highly politicalized, and it tends to put that in disguise by using non-discriminatory approaches and helping people outside of its ethnicity. However, by time, it was pretty obvious that the main incentive was to buy votes, as the strategies were more, you could pinpoint that the purpose was to gain votes. This was according to the political mazat strategy, where they were distributing fuel to the people along with food, or by collecting information in the medical section and selling it to the government. Also, after the assassination of Al-Hariri by Hezbollah, the party could not really hide. There's some kind of conflict, and the party decided to focus more on its in-group members and exclude the Hezbollah members. Now, moving to the second ethnicity, which is the Shia parties, we have the Amal movement at Hezbollah. They are both openly affirm their favoritism, and they focus more on their in-group supporters. However, the Amal movement focuses more on the education or the schooling system, which is very dangerous when it comes to a sectarian state, because this way, like, a certain party is focused or is responsible for the education, so it has the power to hinder the national identity of the future generations, and it can influence their affiliations to some extent. So this is a way of them having control on the long term and having reinforcing this regime or this system. Also, the party officials and the scholars, they always acknowledge that the distribution of resources is a currency for rewarding their supporters or their hardcore members for their support. Moving to the Christian party, the Kataib and the FPM and the LF, they're all the Christian parties, and their main incentive is to be the main representative of the Christian parties. And so, as I mentioned previously, that I'm going to be using rational choice as the framework. So it's rational for these parties to focus on their in-group members, as they're trying to be the main representative. So they're trying to gain support of the Christian community and be the main defender of this ethnicity. But because
Heidi, can you please speed up and tell us more about your theory and how you apply your theory to this topic?
Okay. So can I just speed up the next part and then move to the...
Yeah.
Okay. So
the part is like the core.
Yes, I know. Okay. So so this leaves us questioning about where the state is. The state is not absolutely non-existent or absent, but the way that these parties are moving, they are actually influencing the weakening of the state. And because Lebanon has been through so many wars and civil war, and it's in a post-colonial state, its resources were already drained. And this part, I was going to talk about the electoral behavior, but I'm going to move to the voters. So here we ask why the voters conform to this system. So we tackle the rational choice theory as these voters are not. I concluded through the readings that the voters are not only economical actors. So their main incentive is not only to gain these materialistic or these services, but it is to maximize the efforts to maintaining the best state for them, which these parties or this patronage system offers, as it maintains some kind of peace and order. And they also are well aware that the government is not able to provide services that are as luxurious or as good as the parties.
Yeah, just a quick note on this. It's like they mentioned something, I think that was Kamel. Like it's very hard to pinpoint or to have like a conclusive, statement about the motivation of the voters. But if you link this to the recent events, so perhaps like the vast majority already rejected, this kind of sectarian-based, private and public good provisions.
Oh, so I was going to talk about how the people are not able to break the system. I have reasoning for why it's so hard to break.
Yeah. I was just like a quick note on this. Yeah, okay, just go ahead.
The part where I talk about the equilibrium of ethnic favoritism, where patronage democracy, which is not really a form of democracy, but it's because it's called a democracy because people get to vote or cast a ballot. So when the system is a patronage democracy, the parties actually offer services and not information about what they have to offer on a political field. So this limited information causes the voters to just look at the parties and count the co-ethnic heads and just choose the party where they feel it represents them in a way. And so it links us back to the patronage democracy, and this cycle is very hard to break. That's why it's an equilibrium. And here we have like some opinions of the people, where some people regarded the patronage system as receiving these services as kind of causes them a loss of dignity, but others, however, saw it as and if these parties did not exist, Lebanon would be poorer than India, and therefore you cannot really say that that these parties are, their services are not, you cannot pinpoint whether they were good or bad, which leads us to the conclusion that these parties are there to fill a gaping hole in the Lebanese system, but at the same time they are contributing to this hole getting out of control, and so they're neither good or bad, but they do in fact perpetuate ethnicity and ethnic inequalities or discrimination. And that's it.
Okay, so Heidi, you applied rational choice institutionalism, and as like self-enforcing, self-reinforcing kind of rules between parties and voters, patron and client,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Can you stop sharing? Let me have. So still have Yasmin, Muhammad Azzat Bali.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Amr Khalid is here. No, Karen is here.
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
Okay, so we have Yasmin and Karen, the last two.
Okay. Doctor, the camera is on now?
But I can't see you. Heidi, can you stop sharing? I think I have to do this. Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead. Yasmin, I don't see you.
Okay, I think there is a technical problem. I can't turn
Okay, so
on.
yeah, you can go ahead.
I'm so sorry. We are talking about the clientelism and the active sectarian politics in Lebanon. This divided welfare regime in Lebanon, where the state has the minimum role and the non-state actors, especially sectarian groups, are the dominant forces. First of all, we have to know what is the ethnic group or ethnic political party. Simply, it's the one that represents a particular ethnic group and excludes all other groups or the outsiders. And this representation is central to its strategy in mobilizing voters. It has such an ethnic basis. Okay, and this is quite different from the multi-ethnic political party that takes a position of neutrality toward all the relevant categories in accordance to ethnicity. Okay.
Okay.
This is okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yasmin, go ahead.
Okay, so historically speaking, we have three phases of the development or evolution of these sectarian groups. The first one is the post-independence period, where the state didn't care much about the socio-economic development. The state didn't actually have the absolute control over over areas outside the capital. Despite some efforts exerted by President, I don't remember his name, Fouad Chihab, okay, to build a strong, integrated, and sovereign state with good administrative capacity. He aimed to reduce the role of non-state actors. And by the same logic, the National Social Security Fund was established. It's a national insurance program. But as an overall, the public services were not developed in this period. Okay. Mm-hmm. After that, the Civil War period, where the war resulted in the collapse of most of the public social institutions, which helped in making the state weaker than before and led to the dominance of
religious organizations, NGOs, and sectarian groups as social providers. Okay, so they became like the dominant forces of social providers. Okay. Also, militias performed the basic functions of the state, and some of them established their own welfare programs, which led to inequalities in the access of social public services. Okay.
Yasmin, yeah, but can you tell me about talk more about your theory and how you applied this to the topic?
Okay, we have like the summary of all of this topic is that the state plays the minimum role in the social provision, and the non-state actors, especially the sectarian groups, are the dominant forces in the state. Okay, the sectarian groups are working basically for their supporters. Okay, so they provide basically for those who support them.
So
okay?
What's your theory?
Okay, I use like two theories: the rational choice theory, and somehow the traditional theory, the cultural theory. The cultural theory, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, but basically,
how did you apply them? Tell me.
Okay, basically the rational choice theory, where we have the mutual benefit, both sectarian groups and individuals make use of each other. Okay, like sectarian groups use both the state and individuals. They use the state. They craft up the state. They use the state to pay for public services whenever it's possible. Okay, since they are the high-ranked officials in the government. Okay, at the same time they use the people. They provide for the people to support them, so they don't provide for them like for no reason. Okay, so they aim to mobilizing voters. Okay. On the other hand, the individuals participate in politics for their material benefits. Okay, so they vote for these parties and support them in order to be provided. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the theoretical framework I worked on.
The application to these, what kind of to map out the main players, the political parties that they exist, and how they target, in-group members and exclude out-group members in a way, and in other cases or in other conditions, they actually include some out-group members as well. Can you talk more about this?
There are three main ethnic groups, which are Shia groups. Basically, they are Amal Movement and Hezbollah. Sunni, which is a Future Movement, and Christian, which is Lebanese forces, and مش فاكرة التاني بصراحة. Okay.
Qatar and the Patriotic. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Each group of them established their own social welfare program. They all have the same goal, which is to make people support them. Okay, so they played in the domain of ethnicity. Okay.
To do what?
To make people support them.
Okay. So how did you apply the cultural approach to this?
According to their ethnic basis, it's somewhat related to I support this party because it has the same ideology.
And how did you link them, like rational choice and culturalism? How did you make a link?
Basically, it's rational choice. It's more about rational choice. This mutual benefit. Okay.
Okay. You want to add something to conclude?
No.
Okay, thanks, Yasmin. Karen?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, I will talk introduction about Lebanon. The power sharing takes a whole different form in Lebanon. The intention to give every group an equal say in the political affairs of the country. The system target is to maintain the peace. The government of Lebanon was divided up so that the president was always a Christian, and the prime minister a Sunni Muslim, and the speaker of the parliament was Shia Muslim, and seats of the parliament were a ratio from 6 to 5 in favor of Christians. Yeah. يعني very few countries found a way to branch the gap between politics and religion, but in Lebanon, not there is only a democracy with large structure of religion, but there was 18 religious built in parliamentary system. Second, I talked about the historical evolution of sectarian groups. I divided them to 3 phases. The first phase was the post-independence era. In this era, they do some effort to improve the basic infrastructure and to expand the public education, but they overall they failed to do this. The state didn't have control on the capital borders. The National Social Security Fund was also established, which was a national social insurance program, but they failed to do their duty يعني. بعدين في civil second phase اللي هي civil war era. In this era, the war resulted in the collapse of most of public social institutions. The causes of the war was the crisis of insecurity, and this led to the dominance of the religious organization. The war also negatively affected the public health in structure. Also, there were a great decline in public hospital sector. The 3 phase was after the war. Some of the welfare programs turned into institutionalized agencies, and the parties turned to political party and expand the social programs. I divided them to 3: حزب الله and Amal movement اللي هم الشيعة Islamic political party. They were very interested in providing social services and respond to social needs. They concentrated their programs to help Shia majority.
Karen, what was your theory and how did you apply your theory?
Okay, I choose the rational choice theory. I showed in people in Lebanese case find impose secretan parties and secretan parties and individual both seek their benefit to maximize their utility. secretan parties craft up the state and let the state spend on health. They also make use of individual as they provide them to gain support. On the other hand, individuals participate in politics for their material benefit, so they vote for the party that would achieve benefit for them. I also mentioned السوني future movement, السوني party يعني اللي هو future movement. I also mentioned the Christian parties. There are 3: Lebanese forces وكتايب وفري patriotic movement. when most of Christian political parties and leaders had to lay down their weapons because of the withdrawal in 2005 of Syria. The three parties involved in political strategies, especially by participating in national elections and governmental positions. They helped and served the Christians only.
So this kind of reciprocity between patron and clients, it offered kind of equilibrium in the literature, Nash equilibrium, right? So no one has any kind of incentive, to break, with this kind of patronage deal. Can you tell me more about why? What's gonna happen if voters, defected, or if political parties try to provide for out-group members?
هو اللي أنا فاهماه إن هما يعني بينسنتيف البيبل عشان provide them في ال يعني provide البارتي اللي بيحقق المنفعة بتاعتهم يعني.
And what would happen otherwise if they didn't support the party? If they are Shia or Sunni and they are going to make, to make use of these social services anyway, why should they cast a ballot for them?
I didn't remember, but I mentioned in my paper.
Why people would abide by this deal?
To maximize the utility and achieve the benefit اللي هم عايزين يحققوها يعني.
Okay. Any comments, guys? Okay, thanks, Karen.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay, guys. Thank you so much. You survived this super long session. I have no idea about the final exam, but I'll post, any instructions or announcements on Moodle if I get, any kind of information. Meanwhile, if you have any question, just email me, and hopefully in 10 days or something, I'll post the grades on Blackboard, the term papers for the term papers. Okay, yeah, thank you so much, and hopefully I can see you again.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much for staying this long.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks, Sharif. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.